around the globe, they have a set schedule, set number of ports, or at least on average, that they have to stop to, and so we focus mostly on the routes. Then,
can I just ask one quick question? So when you call it efficiency, there's two factors that go on, right? Because you said like slow steaming is something
yes.
there. Part of it could be that there's some disruption like what you're talking about, but it could also be that there's like a negative demand shock.
Absolutely.
So efficiency is like more like capacity utilization.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly what we call it actually. It's a capacity utilization factor more than anything.
Okay.
So what's the effective capacity? We're going to subtract from potential capacity port congestion, which is the amount of time ships wait at the anchorage area of a port. The same for the Suez and the Panama Canal. And then also take into account the additional 800 to 1200 nautical miles that ships have to do to deviate from the Suez Canal to go around the Cape of Good Hope during the Red Sea crisis and the slow steaming. The ratio of the two gives us a unit-free route level capacity utilization efficiency term. That's going to be key in our empirical exercise or quantitative exercise. Once we look at what's delivered versus what was potentially delivered, we see that the red curve is actually much lower than the blue curve. There's a huge fall in the efficiency during the 2021-2022 port disruptions, and again in 2024 during the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. If you look at what happens in terms of the different routes, the figure on the right shows you it's mostly happening in the Asia to the West Coast route in 2021-2022, and then along the Asia to the East Coast via the Suez Canal and the Middle East to the East Coast. So again, these shocks are huge. They wiped out a huge fraction of the capacity that's potentially being delivered to the US. Now I want to spend a bit of time explaining or going over the model that allows us to kind of make rougher statements. So what's the environment? We're going to write down a general equilibrium model of the US bound shipping market, where consumers enjoy goods that have to be shipped from 4 ports of origin: Asia, Middle East, Europe, and South America, exactly the same as what we do in the data, and some domestically produced goods. The shipping firms are going to take these goods from all of these ports of origin along the different routes, the same ones as we specified in the empirical exercise, and they're going to compete within each of these routes by offering differentiated shipping services to R. And within their market, or their small monopolistically competitive market, they're going to choose the prices, the speed, and the loading of their ships for each of their routes. These shipping firms are going to be endowed with some capacity that we're going to take and match to the data, and they're going to choose whether to send or how much capacity or how many ships they want to allocate to different routes, or to keep the ships either. They're going to be retailers that then buy these goods from the shipping firms and then resell them to the consumers. They have some decreasing economies of scale, and they can endogenously choose which route to specialize in, and consumers are in different developing routes the goods originating from. There are producers domestic and in each of these regions. So let me tell you what's the shipping technology. The shipping firm has essentially a production function that depends on what we call the shipping efficiency, ZR. It's going to be exactly what we measure in the data. It's going to depend on the number of trips. The faster a ship goes, the more trips the vessel has, and the quantity transported per trip, which depends on the loading of the ship, L, and the capacity of the ship, kappa R. Now, this shipping efficiency is going to have 2 components. The first one is going to be an exogenous component, XR, divided by a congestion externality that is not internalized by the firm. This congestion externality depends on the total number of ships that go along that particular lane. The more ships there are in a particular route, the lower is the productivity of that route, and the more the higher negative externality. Yes?
What's market concentration on these routes? Why wouldn't mayors internalize some of this?
So there are about 35 shipping firms operating across all these markets. So it's
so the
they're not. It's not a duopoly or monopoly.
So the alliances don't matter. You're not considering alliances.
No, we're only looking at. I mean, we do have some alliances when we look at the data. The more recent ones, I think, were not like the one network in Asia which is more recent. But we tried as much as possible to aggregate all the firms that compete in all the different routes, and there are about 35, and it fluctuates a bit over time. Which is, it's not a duopoly or anything, it's also not perfectly competitive, so I think the monopolistic competition is a fairly good assumption for that market. Okay, so now what's the problem of a shipping firm? They're going to choose the loading and the speed of their ships to minimize the cost per route, subject to the technology that I just described. This allows us to retrieve the marginal cost of shipping, which increases with the price of transportation PN, the price of the goods PO, and it increases with the congestion along the route. The second stage that the firm is going to choose the price of shipping subject to the downward sloping demand from the retailers. This allows us to write the price of shipping of the shipping firm as a markup over marginal cost. And then the third big decision of the firm is conditional on having these optimal choices of loading, speed, and pricing. The shipping firm is allocating the ships across the different routes. The way it does so the firm is endowed with some capacity. It can choose to allocate the capacity across different routes, kappa R, or to keep the ship idle, or think of it as unmodeled routes. To maximize the total profits subject to some deployment costs, key kappa, that I call it quadratic. The solution to this problem essentially gives us the following result. Routes that are more profitable relative to the average route, profit per ton, is allocated more ships than routes that are less profitable. So essentially the firm trades off capacity of ships across different routes and tries to allocate them to the most profitable one as opposed to the least profitable one. They always have an incentive to allocate a bit of ships across the different routes. What are importers' problems? The importers are going to purchase the goods from the shipping firms and then resell them to consumer. They're going to essentially purchase from all the J firms that sell the shipping services, aggregate them in some percentage terms to scale technology, and resell them to consumers who in turn are indifferent about the routes the goods took to arrive to the US. And so the price PO is the same for goods from Asia, irrespective of whether they're coming from the Panama Canal or the Suez Canal. We add a second layer to kind of create this dispersion in terms of where the importers are specializing. We add a taste shock, a chemical taste shock to the profits, which allows us to have then a logic distribution of importers across the different routes, which is given by the usual logic function. So now the total importer demand for shipping services is simply the probability that an importer specialized in a good from a route R times the quantity from the quantity of goods purchased from the shipping firm J times the total number of mass of retailers, which is given by I. The retail output is going to be pretty much the same, except that now it's output as opposed to the demand. The consumers are going to have a very simple problem. They're going to maximize utility subject to a budget constraint, where we have a nested CS with domestic versus imported goods, and then another CS with the imported goods. So that's pretty much it for the model. Now I'm going to spend a bit of time telling you exactly how we take this model to data. We're going to do essentially two things. We're going to calibrate the model to match data in February 2016, so a period where there were very few disruptions at the time. We're going to estimate some some parameters outside the model. Some will be internally estimated. We can go over this a bit later if you want to. Then in the second step, we're going to simulate the model to match the evolution of key aggregates between March 2016 and March 2025. In particular, we're going to match the evolution of the shipping efficiency, the potential shipping capacity, the aggregate capacity, number of firms, sailing speeds, and import shares over time. And then what we're going to do with this model simulated over time, we're going to do some counterfactual experiments. Today, I'm going to focus mostly on the attacks in late 2023 and early 2024, the Navy intervention in early 24, and the policy experiments we have exercises on tariffs, port fees, and port infrastructure improvement. I'm going to tell you a bit about tariffs today, but we can talk more about the other ones if you're interested. Okay, so first, I want to give you a bit of theory. So if you work with models of production networks, the key result is essentially that the impact of a shock is given by the dollar weight of the particular industry. We have a result that's pretty much equivalent without sum of the bells and whistles. So the impact of a shock is going to depend on the downward weight of the root times the trade elasticity. Now, since we have a fixed fleet of container ships that the firm chooses and can reallocate across routes, now we have to take the sum over age of all the other potential routes. So now the downward weight is not sufficient. You have to take into account that there are cross spillover effects across the different routes. And our trade elasticity is going to be in the It's going to depend on how much the impact of a shock changes the output of importers to the consumer. It's going to change the reallocation or the specialization of the retailers and the entry margin when there are shocks, there are firms that enter or exit. And then since things have to add up, you have to take into account that the full non-general, non-linear effect has also an impact on the domestic sector that can change its weight or its shock. Now I'm going to give you a very simple application of this theorem to a particular data. So I'm going to look at, use the model calibrated to February 2016. I'm going to compute what the downward weight of each of these routes is. So it's about 5.12% for the routes from Asia to the West Coast. And the figure on the right shows you what's the elasticity of output or welfare to disruptions. What we see is that the bars that are below zero are essentially things that reduce, that make welfare worse. And in this particular case, retail entry and own reduction in imports are really the most effective. So there's a shock to say the Asia to the West Coast route. Importers demand less goods from that particular route. Consumers end up purchasing much less. There's a negative shock. There's less entry in the retail market. This brings down this increases the negative effect on welfare. But there's also some dampening effects. So when you have a shock, say the Asia to the West Coast route, it might be, it's very likely that the shipping firms are going to reroute the goods that they want to sell through other routes. And so now you have another countervailing effect, which is this cross-route substitution that's present in the small, either domestically or across different routes. Now I'm going to focus on the Red Sea attacks in 2024. So in the model, we simulate the model over time, so we kind of capture what the data essentially is telling us happened over time. And what we're going to do now, we're going to shut down the changes in our shipping efficiency along two main routes that were affected by the Houthi attacks in 2024. We're going to set the efficiency along the Asia to the East Coast via the Suez Canal and from the Middle East to the East Coast at the values of the shipping efficiency of August 2023. And so the figure on the right shows you what we fit in red to the model, and the black one is what the baseline is. So we're going to essentially keep things as if there were no disruptions along the Red Sea. What we see in this economy without the disruptions, first we will have reallocated ships away from other Asian routes, and we will have sent them towards this Asia to the East Coast route along the Suez Canal. This would encourage firms to actually do more trips along this particular route. This would increase the potential shipping capacity and potential supply of goods from that particular route. As there's more supply, the price of goods shipped to the particular route will go down. This would lead to a fall in the price of shipping along the Asia to the East Coast via the Suez Canal routes, since the price of shipping is is a component of the retail price. The retail price of Asian goods goes down and imports go up. The magnitudes are on the right. So what we see relative to May 2024, potential capacity would have risen from 42 million metric tons to about 45. The import share would have gone up by 0.5% of GDP, and retail prices would have fallen between 6 and 21% for Asia and the Middle East. The aggregate impact on total prices is much smaller, mostly because imports are not a big share of the consumption basket of Americans, and so you have a fall of about 0.5%. The welfare impact of this Red Sea attacks in 2024 is equivalent to about 0.4% of real income in annualized terms. We do a couple of different sensitivity analysis across many different parameters. Here I have a couple of them for you to see, but essentially they are in the ballpark. 5 minutes, let me tell you about the Navy intervention. So we see in the satellite data all the Navy ships or some of the Navy ships that were in the region in early 2024. This is giving you an example of USS Bravery in the Red Sea in January 2017. You see them going around the Red Sea in the Gulf of Aden. And we then look at what the cost of operating these ships are, how much missiles were actually sent during the conflict, and we aggregate.
Just to clarify, is this all countries, including Britain and other countries?
This is only the US.
Only the US.
Yes. That's a very good point. Operation Prosperity Guardian was not only the US, it was a coalition of different countries. We have only computed the cost or the marginal cost of operating the US Navy there. So what we have 4 destroyers operating between in about 8 months. We had the Air Wing, we had the Nimitz class aircraft carrier, which is deployed as in our aircraft carrier, the Tiquerona, which is another form of destroyer. The cost of operating each of these huge ships goes between $87 million to about $2 billion. In total, as a fraction of GDP, this represents about 0.04 to 0.08 to 0.01% of GDP. And then we did the crazy thing of going to the War Zone, which is a magazine that essentially reports how much missiles are spent or used during the conflict. And we look at the type of air-to-air, surface-to-air, air-to-surface missiles. We count them, we look at the news articles and look at how many they were used. The Department of Defense and some other government reports tell us more or less how much it costs to buy these missiles. And we get into an average number during that period of 0.04 to 0.08% of GDP spent only on munitions spent against Turkey. Then in April 2024, there was a supplemental appropriation act that was in favor of supporting Israel. There was a mention there of $2.4 billion to help finance the Houthi attacks. All in all, if we put all these numbers together, we get about 0.08 to 0.03% of GDP spent during this Navy intervention in the Red Sea. Now I'm going to ask them all, well, what we measure in the data is actually inclusive of this Navy intervention. So what if we compute a world where we didn't have a Navy intervention? And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to simulate them all again along 3 different scenarios. I'm going to do a short-lived shock that lasts about 3 months. So the Houthis would attack the ships for an additional 3 months. The impact would be small, about the same rate as the previous one. And then I'm going to do a medium and then a fairly persistent shock that lasts about a year. And then I'm going to compute what's the welfare impact of these 3 different scenarios, and we get numbers ranging between 0.18 to 0.3% of real income as the welfare gains from having the Navy intervention factor in the Red Sea at the time. If there was no Navy intervention, relative to the baseline, we would have less capacity deployed in the region. Import shares would have gone down by a little bit. Retail prices would have been much higher, in particular from the Middle East and Asia. The impact on the aggregate price index would have been 0.20%. So some impact on prices, more on welfare than on the price, even though there's a huge relative price effects. So the benefit of sending the Navy was about 0.18 to 0.32, and the cost was 0.02% of output, so that's a 10 to 1 return from the Navy sending the Navy there. Okay, how much time do I still have?
Take 1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. Then we do a bit of trade policy. We append the tariffs and port fees to the small of shipping. This is going to distort the profits of the importers and the demand for goods, imported goods. And so now we have the impact of tariffs on consumers is going to depend on essentially 2 key factors: the congestion efficiency absolute capital that enters the congestion externality, and the retail market of CETA. I have a proposition that tells you which way these things go, but essentially consumers are worse off the stronger the congestion externality, so it becomes extremely costly to reallocate ships, so this makes the tariff much worse for consumers, and the more market power the importers have generates an increase in the cost of having tariffs for consumers. We we do an experiment. We set the tariff rate to about 18% on Asian goods. That's about the average effective tariff rate in October of last year. And then we compute three counterfactuals. One is the baseline, one increase the congestion externality by 50%, and we increase the importer's markup from 25 to 50%. And what we see is that in 49 for Asian goods is actually going down. The ships relocate away from Asian routes. This creates congestion on the other routes that are not tariffed, Europe and South America mostly. This leads to a fall in the price of shipping services along the Asia routes. Since the price of shipping services goes down, this translates into a lower retail price for Asian goods, and this leads to an increase in imports. So that's the baseline when congestion is fairly mild and markups are not very high. In the case with high markups and high congestion, importers end up passing most of the tariffs to the consumers, and so now we have an increase in import prices between 12 and 21%. And as prices go up, import goods demand goes down, and this generates a welfare losses for consumers, which is the standard result. So in this particular case, tariffs can be Pigouvian. They can decongest some routes and generate a positive externality, or they can be extremely negative and generate welfare losses depending on how binding the congestion externality is or how much market power these importers have. Concluding remarks, 1 minute, right?
Let's just go to our discussing.
Okay, so 4 things: measurement theory, quantitative analysis, policy analysis. It's all there in the paper. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Want to stay up 15 minutes or? Much technology. Yes. Ready to go? All right. So yeah, thank you so much for having me discuss this paper. This is a paper that has been sort of like on my pile for a while. So this is the perfect opportunity to dig into what is. I've seen an early version of it before, but it has really shaped up to be a really cool paper about shipping, and definitely one of the papers that is sort of like pushing the most of the AIS data, the GPS data, the global positioning data for ships that I've recently seen. So it's really exciting work. Let me just start. So I mean, before I go into this, sort of like since Ricardo started talking, I got at least 2 news alerts about shipping. So it's clearly a very important topic that we should pay attention to, and which is also probably the reason that between ITM and ITI, there's not only 1 shipping paper, but I think there's overall 4 shipping papers that we're going to see, including our own stuff tomorrow. So it's an exciting space to be in. Why do we care? Container ships can be fantastic. They can be impressive. They have scale economies. They make the world economy and international trade work smoothly. This is MSC Arena. You're going to see it tomorrow again in our own presentation. It's the largest container ship that is currently navigating the world seas. And, you know, because of this sort of like concentration, the underlying efficiency, the overall sort of like smoothness of international transportation, we can get these goods that we want from China and elsewhere relatively cheaply. And the sort of like flip side of that, however, is that it has become an enormously concentrated system, and a system that is, because of its concentration, potentially also prone towards disruption. And I think we have to sort of like ask ourselves questions about sort of like efficiency resilience trade-offs that are arising from that underlying transportation network. And we have seen examples where, sometimes this does not go so well. This is obviously the Baltimore Bridge example. And Ricardo has been talking about other examples where in the recent years we had disruptions to shipping networks, disruptions to transportations that, certainly us at the Federal Reserve Bank, but also elsewhere. Oh, I should say, I'm not speaking about that. I'm not speaking for the Federal Reserve Bank. That we look at because, at the end of the day, it affects sort of like the bottom line and has potentially welfare implications for US consumers and also consumers elsewhere. So why do shipping disruptions matter? Sort of like the sort of like canonical fact that you might look at is what is depicted here. What I did was I just constructed from the US Census data, and I'm going to use this data throughout this talk, the port origin specific CIF-FOB ratios. So that's going to give us a measure of sort of like the inclusive transportation costs and how that evolved on the left-hand side across all different customs districts from 2016 through 2026. And you can see this sort of like massive bump in transportation costs that we've experienced during the pandemic. And on the right-hand side, you can see what happened across different custom districts. You can think about those as ports. I subsetted the data towards containerized traffic. You can see the movement between the pre-pandemic point in gray towards the pandemic peak in red. So you can see not just sort of like a relatively large increase in the transportation cost across the board, but you can also see relatively heterogeneous exposure. And that actually matters because it does matter for sort of like bottleneck experiences. And in particular, sort of like on top of that, we've also seen massive congestion at the port of Los Angeles and Long Beach, something that, different papers, Mirto's paper, Jesus Fernández Villavera's paper before, and also our own paper with Wanfeng Wong have been looking into enormous amounts of sort of like congestion that can take place at these bottlenecks. So disruptions, they raise transport charges, but they also reduce delivered quantities. And that's something I'm going to come back to later on. And then the thing that you can kind of like think about, going to chat a bit about it later, is that, it's not just a price effect, but it is also a quantity reduction. And quantity reductions can have additional ramp-on effects in the economy, in particular when we're thinking about pricing dynamics in the economy. And I'm going to come back to that. So what does the paper do? Well, it asks the question, well, how do we think about these transportation services and their prices and their delivered quantities from a welfare perspective? The general problem is that, freight prices and freight services are equilibrium outcomes. So you can sort of like, pick your poison. You might want to think about this as a reduced form applied micro problem where you want to come up with sort of like smart identification strategies. There are papers that have done this, but what this paper does instead is take a very different approach, a more structural approach. They're taking what is possibly the best data on the productivity of the sector, and they're then constructing what I think are really intriguing measures of the efficiency of that shipping sector, and are putting that into a structural model to trace out the welfare implications. So it opens up two questions. One is sort of like this underlying measure of efficiency. Is that the right one that we want to construct? And I think my answer today is going to be a resounding sort of like, yeah. And then the second answer is going to be the structural model into which we are embedding this. Is that tracing out the relevant margins and is measuring the welfare implications in a comprehensive and credible way? And there my answer is probably So we're going to see that, but this is not sort of like, I want to say I'm excited about many parts of the paper, and there's a lot of cool elements here. I just have a couple of questions for the co-authors that I want to push them on. So it's not sort of like limiting my excitement for the paper. So what does the paper do? I'm going to sort of like, highlight what the structure of the model is. There's a fleet allocation problem. So there's a fixed sort of like amount of fleet assets in the background. And then the key thing that is really sort of like at the core of the model is the shipping technology. So you're producing this route level shipping services. So there's sort of like a production function in the background. There's going to be baseline route technology that depends on geography and distance, whatever you want to residualize on. There's going to be an endogenous thing that is happening with sailing speed, and that's a choice of the firm. And there's going to be a capacity choice that the firm makes in terms of both physical sort of like capacity allocation across routes, and then also the load factor that you can assume. And then on top of that, we also have the Z term, which is going to trace out additional congestion effects that are coming from disruption and potentially sort of like canal and port congestion factors that you want to think about and that the firm is potentially not internalizing. Okay, so that's the key part. The rest is sort of like relatively sort of like ramping onto that. There's a price that is coming out of this that is sort of like proportionate to marginal cost. And then we're going to have a trade and welfare sector on top of that, where you now have importers, they are making importing choices across routes, and this is sort of like non-standard in our standard, so certainly I'm coming from the spatial equilibrium literature, we don't really do this. There's additional free entry into the import sector that has meaningful implications for how we think about welfare in this type of model. So that's in a nutshell what the paper does, what the structure does. Really, the way I see the structure, it's, you know, at the end of the day, just highlighting through a minimal structure what is the shipping technology and creating sort of like an organizing framework around the AIS technology. And that I think is really neat and lets the data speak to welfare effects that we care about. Now, Ricardo has done a great job summarizing what they're doing with the weekly AIS data. I'm not going to spend that much time on this. Suffices to say, those are really cool measures about sort of like this potential and effective capacity that you can have at the disaggregate level across these different shipping routes. And they give you a really nice sufficient statistic for, you know, where the shipping sector is at any given point in time, which you can also get sort of like in real time. So certainly from a policy perspective, but also from a research perspective, super exciting stuff. All right, so where does this fit in? This typically, when I think about this sort of like really active field of the literature, I think about two different parts. One is sort of like that there's papers that are trying to do stuff more in partial equilibrium, and there's papers that try to do stuff more in general equilibrium. So we have a well-established sort of like more IO tradition that is doing really great work on transportation, and we have sort of like spatial equilibrium, and now also sort of like a really rich macro literature that thinks about transportation and general equilibrium and tries to those welfare effects. The second sort of like distinction is between sort of like aggregate shipping and sort of like thinking about really kind of like the network of routes taking transportation reallocation effects at the disaggregate level. This paper sits somewhere in the middle, and I'm going to talk a bit more about this. So we have some route heterogeneity, but probably not as much route heterogeneity as you would normally have in sort of like the state-of-the-art spatial equilibrium models. You do have general equilibrium effects, but you do not necessarily, and I'm going to come back to that, solve for the full sort of like international trade equilibrium, at least to the extent that I understand it. So it's making some interesting interesting choices, and there are definitely trade-offs here that I'm going to highlight through the rest of the discussion. So I'm going to look at this from the lens of quantitative spatial equilibrium models. I'm going to use that in order to structure this discussion and to compare sort of like how we think about this. In this class of models, and we've shown that in other papers that we've done with Trapp and Von Fong, you can think about the welfare effect in terms of three different things. One is the exposure, sort of like the direct effect, how much traffic are you affecting with your shock? The second thing is sort of like how do you measure the actual kind of like change in the underlying transportation cost? And the third one is how much reallocative sort of like multiplier effects are coming through the general equilibrium. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a comment on each one of these. The first one is exposure, measuring how we think about the direct effect. And here I'm just going to sort of like make a sort of like snarky comment about sort of like how to bring these models to the data. What they're doing is they're calibrating it to the Asian import weight over GDP. That's the Houghton term. If you're doing this for the port exercise, I can also do it for the Red Sea exercise, but the port exercise is a bit more transparent. The paper calibrates against a 5.12% share of the Asia West exposure. Now, what they're not doing is they're not accounting for the fact that containerized traffic and waterborne traffic is only a subshare of all of these imports. And if you're accounting for that correctly, you're going to end up with a share of 1.95. So one of the reasons why we're seeing relatively large welfare numbers in this paper is because we're allocating all of the inputs towards containerized traffic, and we are measuring the shock through that lens, which is a small overstatement, but it's also a really easy fix that you can do. And it doesn't pop just up in the West Coast exposure, but it also pops up in the Red Sea exposure. But again, it doesn't really undermine any of the coolness of the model. It's just a quick fix you probably should do in order to get the scaling of the welfare numbers right. If you're doing that, you're kind of like downward correcting the welfare numbers that are coming from the paper, which is sort of like a 0.9% welfare loss towards something that looks more like a 0.3. And then if you're pushing it through the QSM, like a 0.16. I'm going to talk about that in a second too. The second thing is that talking about sort of like the level of aggregation, I was told the key difference between ITI and ITM is that we're going from 100 locations or more than 100 locations to sort of like 4, 5, 6 locations. And I actually find that really intriguing. Sometimes that matters, sometimes it doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm being a bit snarky here. Sometimes that matters and sometimes it doesn't matter. When it matters, it's a matter of Jensen inequality stuff. So at the end of the day, if you want to think about disaggregated congestion phenomena, right? So when we're thinking about port congestion increases as you're pushing more and more traffic into those ports. That matters how it's very different if you're applying that nonlinear congestion function to the aggregate trade on the whole West Coast or against the disaggregate trade across the different ports on the West Coast. It depends a bit on the empirical implementation. It's not always clear that that actually matters, but one example is sort of like if you're thinking about this cute example, it can actually have sizable gaps. So I was curious, I did the exercise where I calibrated this model against in my quantitative spatial equilibrium model. One thing that they're sort of like doing, which is sort of like allocating, saying that all of the congestion is happening across the whole West Coast. That's not true. Most of the congestion that we saw was in LA and Long Beach. So you probably want to do that. And otherwise, you're overstating the welfare gains by sort of like 0.2 percentage points. But the other thing is that if you're doing sort of like the exercise where you're thinking about sort of like the disaggregation and you're running this as at a more disaggregate level, you're getting higher impacts, and these impacts can, depending on how you're weighting it, can create a welfare differential between sort of like 2 to 0.02 to 0.06 percentage points. So at the end of the day, you want to think about this. You want to, in your setting, you want to, I think, kind of like make a couple of robustness checks on this just to make sure that your aggregation is not without loss of generality. Then the last one, sorry, I'm getting close. The last one is the endogenous mechanism, and I just want to quickly talk about this. What we're having here is that the direct effect, if you're comparing the direct effect to the welfare numbers that are coming out of the models, you're getting an amplification. So you're getting an increase of sort of like more than 29% over what is the actual direct effect. In QSMs, you would typically get a downward correction, because typically the way that we're thinking about these models is they're net dispersive, and you're introducing additional congestion into these models that are downward correcting compared to the Houghton term. Now, this is interesting, and it's sort of like qualitatively very different to what the models would be giving us that I'm typically using. So I think there's a tiny bit more validation that needs to be done. All right, so where's this coming from? In this model, it's coming from the retail entry. I think that's sort of like the key margin that is popping up here. It's the purple margin. That's the margin that we typically don't have in our quantitative spatial equilibrium models. And the question is that the realistic margin that sort of like, if you're thinking about the West Coast example, is that the one that we think actually happened, or were there other margins that we can actually validate in the data? One thing that you should probably do at some point, sort of like as a validation exercise, where you take the prices that are coming out of your model and you're regressing it against the CIF-FOB measures that we have in the data. And what you can see if you're actually doing this, it looks really good for the pandemic exercise, but it doesn't look that great for the Red Sea exercise. So, one idea for sort of like validation that you can do. And there's some other stuff that you might want to care about, but let me just sort of like end on this point. So one of the things that I think is actually much more important when we think about the stuff that happened during the West Coast congestion COVID-19 event is that there were quantity reductions. We couldn't actually get the goods out of the ports. And one thing that we've done in other work with my co-author at the Fed was to show that these quantity reductions can create enormous price pressure that is consistent with the inventory literature that we've seen sort of like before George Alessandria and so on. So there's a role for precautionary markups when you're getting upstream supply pressures that might force you to consider that you want to slow sort of like demand arrival in the presence of stock out risk. And what you can see, what we show in barcode in data where we match barcode consumer panels against the universe of US imports, yes, is that more than half of the retail price response that we're seeing in the data is actually driven by these availability concerns. So that's a very different qualitative mechanism, and I would be curious to kind of like see how that shapes up against the retail kind of like entry decision that you guys characterizing. Overall, fantastic paper. I would love to see more of it. I'm genuinely excited about the infrastructure security sort of like applications. I think that's really novel. But I do think that you should probably fine tune some of the welfare magnitudes. And I would love to see more work on the validation of the endogenous mechanism that you're proposing. But really enjoyed working through it and looking forward to seeing more.
Okay, I precautionary built in a bunch of time, but so we'll go for 7 minutes. Let's collect some questions, and if there's extra time, I'll so why don't you stand up and then
Do I respond to the first one?
yeah, respond to the question directly, and then just like so Steve has a question first.
Super interesting paper. Really, really interesting. I also was interested in the welfare numbers. Your welfare numbers are pretty big. If I wrote it down correct, 0.48% of GDP. I was thinking comparing with those numbers to the trade literature. I think Caliendo Paro gets welfare gain for the US of 0.08% of GDP. And sort of Pablo and co-authors and myself and David Weinstein in our sort of Trump 1 tariffs, we got numbers that were roughly similar to slightly a bit smaller than Lorenzo's numbers. And so your numbers are much bigger. And that could well be the case because you have potentially a lot of wedges in the model, although you also have a Houghton type representation. So it seems that the elasticity must be very, very different in the two models. I thought it'd be really interesting understanding where that, comparing those welfare numbers and where the differences come from. And then one final comment, I think you're not thinking about risk, or I think you're solving the model without risk. And I was wondering whether that's something also you've thought about. And if agents are risk averse, then the welfare effects of these disruptions could be potentially even bigger. The opening of the model went quickly at the beginning, so I wasn't sure what you're assuming about risk, but that also seems potentially important for the welfare numbers.
I'll respond right now. All right, so thank you very much for your question. And Simon, for the discussion, I'll get back to him a bit later, I guess. In terms of the welfare numbers, as you mentioned, we use a trade elasticity as in the partial equilibrium result in the Houghton's theorem gives us a trade elasticity of about 4. Then you have the congestion and the price effects that's coming from the decreasing returns to scale that makes this number up or down. And so you get kind of in the ballpark of the standard trade literature, I would say. Then what we have is essentially the fixed capacity that's building in all these cross spillover effects that actually magnify the impact on welfare. So that's one way to put it. So in the standard Houghton, you don't have the spillover effects that we have here. And so these things can magnify quite importantly. And the second one is what Simon actually mentioned, which is we allow for a free entry condition. So now you need to take into consideration that a shock is going to either reduce entry or reduce profits, and this generates another impact, first order impact on welfare. And once you solve the full nonlinear model, you see that these things end up mattering quite a bit. And since there's also this cross spillover route effects, you also have an impact through the domestically produced goods, which also ends up kind of magnifying a bit the results. But yeah, essentially capacity reallocation and free entry allow us to get a bit more of a magnifying effect.
Break these workers year by year.
That's true.
It's only for 1 year. It's like a shock. And so we different. Yeah. So there is a difference 2 orders of magnitude because of the discount fund.
Yes, correct. Then after that year, there's zero impact on welfare.
So that's absolutely right. Then on risk, so we don't have risk. I mean, it's a sequence of static equilibria that we solve, and so there's no role for risk yet. But that's something that we can think about making the model stochastic if we go with the dynamics later on I think separate paper because we already have too much. But that's a really cool thing to think about.
So then we have George and then Mario.
Yeah, so you partially answered, I was going to ask also about risk, which is, you would expect that the shipping companies would build in excess capacity and engage in other types of contracting behavior in the event of potential shocks. And so just how do we think about, expected shocks? And so then the other is in terms of the welfare implications by root disruption. Is it correct that when you talk about goods, all goods are identical, basically, that they're just tons of stuff, so that the composition of products might be very different across routes and the substitutability across?
You mean in the data or in the theory? So in the data, okay, so I'll start with the second question now. In the data, we all, yeah. So we only see capacity, which is how much weight the ships can actually carry from, say, Asia to the US. We don't have yet an idea of what's exactly inside. We're working on a project linking the shipping data with what goes from each of these routes, but I don't have anything to tell you yet about that. The first question was about the shocks and what can shipping firms do preemptively. So it takes about 3 years to build a container ship. So it's not a margin that shipping firms can actually use to kind of countervail the impact of the shock. It takes 3 years to build a new ship. So it's a bit of a low margin. The other ones that they have, and we see in the data, is they change speed quite a bit when they see in expectation that there's going to be some issues in a particular port. And that's the extent to precautionary motive that we see in the data. Yeah.
You go George and then Mario, and we'll wrap it up.
So I guess. I think one of the key markets we saw in recent events was all those boats stuck in one place, then the other boats had to kind of rush around the world to kind of go get stuff and bring it back. So how are you guys thinking about time in your model? Like, again, is this like an average 4-month period or three-quarter period, or should I think about monthly model?
Yes.
A daily model or what?
This is I should have explained it. This is a monthly model. It takes about 7 days to go from Asia to the West Coast. That's the shortest path to the US. It takes about 23 to 24 days to go from Asia to the East Coast via the Suez Canal. And so we thought that a monthly model was a reasonable way of thinking about this. Exactly. There's no overlap. Yeah.
Then Mario had a question, and Vinny, if you want to start to get set up.
Thank you. Two quick ones.
Yes.
One is the first effect of the variable. That's more of a relation, but things to change that region. The other part of it is in the inputs. So especially if it affects the intermediates, we had a lower elasticity. Contrast intermediates with final goods. I work on terrible, we didn't work very good. Paris, perhaps, also shipping.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood fully everything because I think the mic was not maybe on. So the first one was about the Navy. I guess we'll talk later because, or do you mind repeating the question again? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so exactly what we did when computing the cost was the additional cost, the marginal cost of operating in the Red Sea. So the US has a base, I think it's in Saudi Arabia, Comtac or something along those lines, where they have stationed a bunch of destroyers all year round, and these costs are already budgeted in by the government. What we computed was the additional cost of really relocating these ships away from their native port towards the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea and the munitions. Oh yeah, the intermediates. All these imported goods are like final goods, so we could think of them as an intermediate input into production later. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll move on to now trade and services.
Here we go. Okay. Okay. Hey.
Should I get going? Yeah. Okay. It doesn't? Okay. Thank you. Advance first and then that should go. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you very much for the organizers for including our paper. So this is a quantitative theory of trade and services, and it's joined with Tamari Roshalmi, who's a grad student in Stanford, so check her out. And the motivation is that services are a large and growing share of world trade. So if you look at direct exports, it's by now close to 30% of global exports and close to 40% of US exports, and projected to keep rising. And essentially all the growth of services in trade in recent decades originates from this category that Richard Baldwin and co-others and some work in the IMF has identified as modern services, which is basically information, communication, financial, and professional services. So services that are highly reliant or highly benefit from digital platforms relative to more traditional services like travel or transport that require much more face-to-face interactions. And what you can see here in this plot is the change in the share of each sector group out of total trade between 2005 and 2023 for the world as a whole and for the US. And you see that manufacturing out of total trade is going down and services is going up. And in particular, modern services is driving everything, whereas other services is going down as well. So in this paper, we want to do quantitative trade theory, so revisit classic questions in trade, such as the patterns of trade, gains from trade, and trade dynamics in an environment that is tailored to modern services. And to this end, we will develop a framework that highlights what we think is a key feature of the sectors, which is a strong reliance on non-rival assets, such as software, data, and intellectual property. So think about Netflix versus oil, for example. When you sell oil to one country, it reduces the quantity available to sell to another country. But with Netflix, when you sell Netflix to one country, so to a large extent, it doesn't come at the expense of the quantity that you can sell to another country. So that's a non-rivalry at play. And there's many ways to measure this, and we'll talk about measurement later, but one proxy for this idea is the share of intangibles in total assets. So if you look at Internprod, for example, modern services have a share of intangibles of about 50%, whereas an average of 14% in other sectors. So what we'll do more concretely is to develop a dynamic multi-sector model of the global economy, which would be relatively plain vanilla on most margins, and we'll just introduce a few margins that we think are important to think about these sectors. So most importantly, there will be accumulation of non-rival assets with different sectors differing in the intensity of the use in these assets in production. In addition, we'll allow for two other features that we think are important when thinking about trade and services. So first of all, we'll allow for income effects and demand following the later structural transformation, which has shown us that high-income countries, they demand much more services, and it will interact importantly with the accumulation of non-rival assets to shape the patterns of trade. And finally, just to be able to speak to the complete data on services, we will be modeling both cross-border trade and trade through commercial presence, like in the literature on multinational production, which will allow us to cover 90% of the data on global service sales. So for the trade people here, it means that we're modeling modes 1 and 3 of the modes of trade and services in GATS, and we're abstracting from modes 2 and 4, which are around 10%. So then we'll quantify this framework, and most of the quantification will be rather standard, but the novel element will be to measure these differences in non-rival intensity across sectors, and we'll do that using direct measurement from data on task content and first order conditions from the model. So we'll talk about that later. So before jumping into the model, let me just highlight a few key takeaways that we get from putting non-rivalry into standard trade models. So the first is for the patterns of trade. So we think the model is doing a good job of predicting patterns of trade. So in particular, through the interaction between non-rivalry and non-homothetic demand, you get that a lot of the observed specialization you can generate through the endogenous mechanisms in the model, and you don't need as much of residuals to explain trade patterns as you would do in a typical model. Secondly, for the gains from trade, we get that if you take our model with non-rivalry relative to a more simple model without it and match it to the same data, you get higher average gains on average, because non-rivalry generates a larger capital multiplier in this economy, but it also tilts gains toward richer countries because they tend to specialize in the sectors, and it reallocates in these countries to highly non-rival intensive sectors. If you look specifically at gains in particular sectors, you see that gains from trade in services, and specifically for modern services, are comparable to trade in goods and are higher for rich countries. We also look at the transition following trade shocks, and the key insight that we get there is a systematic link that is I learned that it's a fact that exists already, but it's a systematic link between specialization in services and negative NFA positions. So it will become very natural in the model, because any shock that will induce further specialization will lead to more accumulation of non-rival assets in the countries that specialize more in the sectors, and this will in turn induce them to run negative NFA positions. And finally, we'll show that this matters for evaluating specific barriers to trade, and to this end, we'll apply the model to one particular barrier to trade and services, which is China's Great Firewall, which basically prohibits the imports of digital services into China, and we'll show that the evaluation of the effects of the removing this barrier will greatly differ between our model with non-rival assets and the simpler model without it. Okay, so this is a plan, and let me, without further ado, to jump to the model. So we have a model with n countries as sectors and discrete time. There will be a representative household in each country with the labor endowment and standard preferences, which is the present discounted value of low consumption. The first deviation from standard multi-sector trade models is just to borrow this demand system from the structural transformation literature. So we have a non-homothetic CS aggregator across sectors from Sato 1977 and more recently popularized by Komin, Lashkari, and Mastieri, in which you basically reallocate spending to higher income elasticity sectors as you grow richer. So eta here is the elasticity of substitution across sectors, and epsilon is the expenditure elasticity of a sector. And when eta equals 1, you're just in Cobb-Douglas. When epsilon equals 1, you're in standard CES. And when you have differences in epsilons across sectors, you get this reallocation that I mentioned. So you should think about services and modern services as very high epsilon sectors in this model. At the sector level, we have a standard CS aggregator, as many of us use, with an elasticity of substitution sigma within the sector. And then the second deviation from plain vanilla models that we do is in the production function. So firms will supply varieties by combining non-rival assets that we denote by X with rival inputs, labor and capital, which we allow them to hire both in the origin market of the firm and in the destination market near the consumers. And we'll delve into that in a second. And finally, we have a factor accumulation of both physical capital and of non-rival assets. We have a standard law of motion for physical capital, and then the accumulation of non-rival assets takes a similar form. So delta X is the depreciation rate for the non-rival assets, and then G is basically the function that you use to turn labor and capital into new non-rival assets. So think about Netflix hiring programmers and content creators in the US, combining them with structures and creating more Netflix content, which increases over time. Okay, so that's basically the economic environment. Let me just delve a bit into the production function, and that'll be the end of the setup. Okay, so the production function. So first of all, let me just define a rival input composite. So that's a composite of labor of a simple Cobb-Douglas aggregator of labor and capital, where mu is the labor share in the rival input composite, and Z is the labor productivity of that country of country J in particular sector S. So that Z will be the main model residual that always allows us to capture exogenous comparative advantage. Then the production function, so in order to supply Y units of services or goods from country N to country I in sector S, so you combine non-rival assets X to the power which you accumulate to the power of gamma, where gamma is the intensity of non-rival assets in production. So gammas vary across sectors, and that will be a key parameter, so please remember the gammas. And then you combine rival assets, as I mentioned, in the origin and the destination countries. So for instance, let me give you two examples. If you think about Netflix, you'd expect gamma to be very high because a lot of the value added is the non-rival assets, and alpha to be very high as well because a lot of the rival factors, such as customer support, is in the US. If you think about Starbucks, so maybe gamma is not that high. You rely a lot on the people actually near the consumer and on the capital near the consumer, but then alpha will be very low, and most of the rival factors are in the destination, and then most of the international transactions are still compensation for the non-rival factors because of the low alpha. So trade can be non-rival intensive either because of high gamma or because of a low alpha. Finally, we have the standard iceberg friction, which you can think about as transport costs in the case of goods and communication frictions or regulations in the case of services. Okay. And one note is that note that we have here increasing returns in production. So we follow the growth literature convention that you have CRS and the rival inputs and increasing returns together with the non-rival inputs. That follows a standard Romer replication argument in which if I want to just double output, I can open Netflix number 2 and X, if it's truly non-rival, it will be shared between them. So I just need to double the rival inputs. Okay. One implication of the increasing returns is that we have in the long run, so the short run marginal cost is constant. In the long run, you have a decreasing marginal cost with a slope depending on the gamma. And if the gamma is too high, then you don't have a well-behaved fear problem. So we need the gammas not to be too high, and in particular, we need gamma times sigma minus 1 to be less than 1, which basically means that the marginal cost can slope down, but not too much, not more than the demand curve that the firm faces. Now, I don't have time to fully structure the equilibrium, but let me just briefly highlight a few features of the equilibrium. So first of all, for those of you who have worked with these models in steady state, the production and trade side of the model is a gravity model with scale effects. So the expenditure share of country N on country I, so as usual, it depends on the bilateral iceberg frictions, it depends on the unit cost of the rival inputs in country N, and it depends on the scale of production of country N in that sector. So R is the total sales of say, US in IT services, and depending on the gamma, this will effectively increase the productivity of the US in the services. In contrast to models of typical models with external increasing returns, so here the equilibrium is, so the equilibrium is inefficient because there are markups, and markups potentially vary across sectors, but the inefficiency doesn't come from the scale effects. So the scale effects here are internalized by firms. So the taxes that you need to correct the distortions, they depend on the sigmas, so the elasticity of substitution. They don't depend on the gammas, so they don't depend on the scale effects. And the other difference from standard models with external economies of scale is that other than the inefficiencies, that because everything is internal by firm, so you can measure the gammas over there from a firm's problems, right, from first order conditions. So that's what we'll do in a second. And finally, let me highlight that we have, in the equilibrium of the model, rich international flows. So quite naturally, you have trade in goods and services. You have income flows across countries to compensate for the non-rival assets. And then you have also trade imbalances. In steady state, just you have a zero current account, but you have income flows in addition to trade flows. And then out of steady state, you can have we allow for a current account imbalances. Okay, so now let me highlight a bit what non-rival is doing in this model beyond introducing the scale effects. And let's talk a bit about the patterns of trade and the gains from trade. So a key observation about the patterns of trade that I think will not surprise anyone here is that there's a systematic link between income per capita and specialization in services. So the correlation, for example, between log income per capita and log RCA, the Balassa-Revel comparative advantage in modern services is 0.71. And we investigate this in the model with a very simple experiment. So suppose you start from a symmetric equilibrium, what happens to specialization, to the RCA in the model, if you if you increase the labor productivity of a country uniformly? So you had an increase in productivity. So if you just have non-rival assets, but you don't have the non-homothetic demand, so it leads to scale effects, so the gram or ether type of scale effects, in which the higher productivity country will specialize in the high gamma sectors. But of course, this would also happen if you just increase the size of this country, which doesn't seem to be, so that there's not such strong correlation with size in the data and specialization in the sectors. So maybe this explanation by itself is not great. If you have non-homothetic demand without the non-rival assets, then you get that the high productivity countries, they specialize in the low epsilon, in the low income elasticity sectors, which is counterfactual to what we see in the data. Now, when you have both of them, so you get some version of the work by Kiminori and Mutsuyama, in which high productivity countries leads productivity growth in the country leads to higher RCA in the high epsilon sectors if the gammas are strong enough, and in particular if the gamma in that sector is strong enough. And as we'll see in the quantification, so modern services are characterized by high epsilon, but also particularly high gammas. So that seems to be qualitatively a good story for the specialization patterns that we see in the data. And then we see whether quantitatively it's the case as well. And the answer is yes. And finally, on the gains from trade, so what can we learn about the role of non-rival in shaping the gains from trade? So let me again start with the case of homothetic demand, so eta equal 1. So then we get a nice sufficient statistic representation for consumption gains relative to autarky following the Kolaskis, Costentin, Rodriguez-Clare approach. So in this case, you have a few different terms. All can be evaluated using observed data. So the first term is just the standard multi-sector version of ACR that depend on all trade shares and on sectoral expenditure shares and elasticity of substitution. Then you have a second term that captures reallocation across sectors, and the gains are higher if you reallocate to the sectors that are more intensive in non-rival assets. Both of those are multiplied by a multiplier that comes from the fact that there is capital in this economy, and that the multiplier itself also depends on the gammas. And then you have some additional terms that I don't have time to talk today, but they also can be easily evaluated from their data, which just reflect the fact that in this model, real output and consumption is not the same. So it might change to the extent trade changes the transmission from real output or consumption. In practice, quantitatively, they are very small terms. Okay, so what is non-rivalry is doing here? So first of all, consider the case for without capital and with single sector, then you're just in the standard ACR world, even in the presence of these non-rival assets. And that's because in this case, trade cannot do anything to the accumulation of non-rival assets. If you only produce non-rival assets with labor, and trade cannot increase the amount of labor in the economy, so you have the same stock of non-rival assets even with trade. If you have no capital, but you allow for multi-sector, so you have heterogeneous effects across countries depending on where where trade reallocates production, and gains will be higher for the countries in which trade reallocates to the high gamma sectors. And if you have capital in the economy, then you have a capital multiplier in this economy. And this capital multiplier is amplified by the presence of non-rival assets, because now you can use capital to create more non-rival assets, which will increase income, which will lead to more capital accumulation, and you'll have a greater feedback loop in this economy. Okay. So this is suggestive, and that's indeed what I will say in a second in the quantification, that you should expect gains to be higher in the model with non-rival assets on average, but also particularly so for the countries that specialize in the sectors like modern services, which will happen to be the rich countries. So let me jump to the quantification. Okay, very briefly on data. So it's we mapped the model to 73 countries in 23 sectors, mostly standard data. There's some new work by the IMF on trading services, which we rely a lot on, so check it out. And then we also, to measure the non-rival intensity, we use detailed occupation data and task level data, which I'll elaborate on in a second. Yes.
The labor share within the country, but if you're moving the production to a service provider in another country, like how would that fit in?
Yeah, that's a great point. So we abstract here from input-output linkages and kind of being able to buy or sell the services across firms, right? And I think that expanding to this type of linkages, that would be great. So you buy, of course, services from other countries, but not the firms buy, right? The households buy. I mean, for firms to source services from others, you'll need to expand to input-output links. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about, I don't have time to talk about the full quantification. By the way, Mike, how am I on?
You got 11 minutes.
Okay, I don't have time to talk about the full quantification, but so let's just talk about measuring the gamma. So the main idea is very simple. Here, unlike the models in which this is all external to firms, here it's internal to firms. So we can use for certain conditions to measure the gammas. And in particular, if you assumed closest economy steady state, then the gamma depend on the discount rate in the economy, on the depreciation of non-rival assets, and on the payroll share of how much of the payroll in each sector do you allocate to create new non-rival assets. You also need to account in the full model by activity by foreign firms, because some of the foreign local payroll is foreign firms, and for out of steady state dynamics. So we do both of those in the paper, but this is just for intuition. And then to measure this payroll share of the labor that is used in the creation of non-rival assets, so we use the task content of different occupations. So the idea is very simple, is that if I look at IT services in that sector, so I think that maybe the secretary doesn't create as much as non-rival asset, but maybe the software programmer does. So then you would think that that's part of the payroll share into creating non-rival assets. In practice, you don't really know how to classify many occupations, but at the very detailed task level, you do. So we classify tasks and then we aggregate it up. So let me give you a few examples. So these are specific tasks and the classification into creation non-rival assets relative to doing rival stuff, being part of production. So for example, design, develop, and modify software systems. We classify that as creating non-rival assets. Conduct experiments to develop new varieties, design scale or full size blueprints of specialty items, and so on. So these are all classified as creating non-rival assets. Examples for rival tasks are transport patients to treatment units, drive vehicles with capacities under 3 tons, and prepare and serve cold drinks. Okay, so you take these tasks that are relatively easy to classify at the task level, you aggregate them up, and that's what you get. So we get that the most highest gamma sectors are IT services, professional services, computer, electronics, and optical, and chemicals and pharma. The lowest gamma ones are wood products, food and beverages, non-metallic minerals, real estate, and construction. And there's a lot of dispersion even within manufacturing and within broad sector, but you get that the average non-rival intensity in modern services is slightly above 0.4. It's around 0.2 for manufacturing and slightly above 0.1 for other sectors. As one validation of this approach, yes. So at the task level, we use large language models to do the task level classification. We did different approaches. They tend to agree. Then we use the occupation data from the BLS to aggregate it for each sector individually.
There's a lot of non-rival services, I guess, in manufacturing, but you're showing there, right?
So, for example, if you work on developing the new blueprint for the production, that's the items.
Like it's capturing all those sectors, so like.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. Yeah, so and it's true that a lot of that embed services in it, right? So we use. Yeah, so. No, that's fair, right? We didn't model it this way, but we can also model it instead of final consumption. You can do it in a. We do adjust from cross output to value added to partly account for that, but a fuller input output model will be great. I agree. Okay. Yeah. It does. We don't model that here, but I think there's a good reason. I think so in some of the other works, there's a good reason that you want to sort the high-skilled people to this task, but we don't model it here. But it does correlate with high skill intensity because you'd expect that you'd put the high-skilled people maybe to create the non-rival assets. Okay. So as one validation of our approach, we check how well it correlates with other proxies for non-rival intensity. So in particular, we look at the IP share of the fixed assets in the BEA. We also look at the asset intangible intensity in IntentProd, and we get actually a very strong correlation between our measure and this alternative proxies. Right, so let me show you a few results. So first of all, how much specialization can our endogenous mechanism generate? And recall that we do here the typical full model inversion such that the model is fully saturated and we match all trait patterns by construction. So in order to answer what's the role of the endogenous mechanism, we do the following exercise. So we take our baseline model, and then we ask how far is the distribution of RCA across countries and sectors in the model from the data if we shut down exogenous comparative advantage. So we keep the component of productivity that is country-specific or sector-specific, and we kill the country cross-sector specific component. And we do this in our baseline model, and then we do this in the models without non-rival assets, without the non-homothetic demand, or more specifically imposing common demand across countries, and shutting down both. And we see that the baseline model is actually captures, without any exogenous comparative advantage, quite a lot of trade patterns from the data, with a correlation of 0.5 to the data and a regression slope of 0.7 between the RCA and the data and the model, whereas any of the restricted models cannot do that. You get, in particular, if you shut down the gammas, then you're completely out. You cannot rationalize the observed patterns of trade. So this is suggestive that the model is just a good model to think about patterns of trade. How do the gains from trade change? I already told you what to expect. So here we show the difference between gains from trade following a 10% reduction in trade frictions across all sectors. So the difference between gains from trade in our model and the model that matches the same data, but with gamma equals 0. And we get that the gains are higher on average. That's the multiplier kicking in. And then the gains are also higher for high income countries on the right, in line with the idea that it reallocates, that these countries specialize in the high gamma sectors, and then trade reallocates production into the high gamma sectors in the high income countries. Let me skip that. How does the presence of non-rival assets shape the dynamics following trade shocks? So what I show here is the NFA positions in the first 20 years of the transition. against the specialization in modern services for two shocks. The first shock is just a global reduction in trade barriers across all sectors, not sector specific. And the second shock is a global IT productivity shock. So two shocks that have arguably happened in recent decades. And the common to these two shocks is that both of them induce further specialization. So because of further specialization, the countries that specialize in the non-rival assets accumulate more non-rival assets along the transition. And to finance that without stopping consumption in the short run, they want to borrow more. So you get the systematic link that was actually identified in this paper, Baratiri 2014, and that we find as well. And finally, let me show you one application to show how non-rivalry also matters for evaluating specific trade frictions. And the example is China's Great Firewall. So I like this example because it's a major barrier to services trade, and in particular to digital services trade. And it's basically the set of regulation and technological restrictions that China imposes in order to limit the ability to access foreign digital services. And you can really see this barrier in our inversion. So what you show here is just the iceberg friction that is incoming into China relative to some comparable countries like Japan, India, and Southeast Asia in telecommunications and IT. And the barriers into China are like 300 to 400% larger than into comparable countries. So then we ask what would happen if you eliminate this barrier. And the first column here just shows consumption gains in different countries. So China gains, and also other countries around China that tend to export IT and telecommunication services into China gain. But the interesting point is that other actually major exporters of IT services, such as Ireland or India, they actually lose. And this really comes from the scale effects coming from the non-rival assets. So this negative gains from the other IT exporters goes away if you do the same experiment in the model without non-rival assets. And that makes a lot of sense because the countries near China, they get a lot of scale from this greater market access into China. They become better in IT services. So then India and Ireland have no more competition from Southeast Asia. And to get this type of prediction, so it's really important to model the non-rival assets in this model. Okay, so to conclude, we developed quantitative trade in a setting that captures what we think is a defining feature of modern services, which is non-rival assets. We show that it's important to understand the patterns of trade, that it has important effects for the gains from trade, and that it's important when evaluating trade barriers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much. So thank you very much to the organizers for including me to actually discuss this paper. Yes, great. So yes, this paper has a very important fact. It starts with the fact that services are now close to 30% for the case of the US, 40% of direct exports. And essentially all of the growth comes from what is defined as modern services, IT, professional media, telecom, and finance. The question that the paper kind of is after is to what extent this growth in these modern services imply for the pattern of trade, gains from trade and trade dynamics. What do they do? How do they answer the paper? As you saw, they built a dynamic multi-country GE model where firms accumulate non-rival assets, demand is non-homothetic, and services are delivered cross-border or via commercial presence. One of the findings that they actually find is that the gains from trade are amplified and tilt toward more richer countries with services gains comparable to goods trade. So it's a super rich, super ambitious paper. It has everything. It has theory, measurement, and a very important application. I have to be honest, when I read the title before reading actually the paper, I started thinking about services. And when we start thinking about services, I think it's a very difficult problem to think about. There's many types of services. Services are, and we were having a discussion about this. Some services are complementary to goods trade. If you think about services facilitate goods trade, financial payment systems, transport services related to the paper that we saw in the previous paper, actually. In some cases, some services are very specialized. Other services are non-rival, other services are rival. Yesterday, I had a great experience, a service that we actually consumed yesterday. That actually happened yesterday. We only consumed that service. No one else could actually consume that service. So I'm trying to say it's a very, very, very ambitious restaurant. We went dinner, don't dinner. But dinner, Sebastian was the whatever. Bottom line, I think it's an agenda. My bottom line, I think it's an agenda, and I really praise the authors to try to jump into a very difficult question. And they're really trying to speak in this paper to two literatures, I'm gonna say. One literature, the literature talks about structural transformation. And there is all about how economies, modern economies become service economies. And there is all about how do we grow, how countries move from becoming manufacturing industry towards services. And they're also talking to the trade literature, which is all thinking about trade patterns. And I think it's a very ambitious paper to try to talk to the both literatures. As a result of that, I think there's too much in the paper. And I'm gonna try to, it's easy for me as a discussant to say, sway you to move to the trade part. But so I have some comments on that, and that's my broad point. You should continue working on this. I think it's amazing. It relates to your market paper. I think it's awesome. Okay, so first point. So two facts that they basically, two ingredients that they want to actually match. Fact one is that review comparative advantage in modern services raises with income per capita, not with population. The second one is that richer countries spend larger shares on services. This is structural transformation. How do they reconcile these two facts? They add non-homothetic preferences. Non-homothetic preferences give you fact two immediately. Why? Because with non-homotheticity, as you know, as you become richer, you start basically consuming more of these services. But it doesn't give you fact one, because you can start consuming more of these services, but these services you actually might start importing from another country. Okay, so then you need something else. Actually, there's a lot of the paper, proposition 4, we're talking about proposition 4, there's a lot in the paper trying to basically deal over this mechanism. Then comes the scale effects. The scale effects helps you in another direction, because scale effects generates the fact that this decrease in demand might increase supply. So now you can actually get that these larger countries, in fact, start even producing more of these services. Now we're in proposition 3. So bottom line, and I put in a chart, is like you have fact 1 and fact 2. Non-homotheticity basically gives you fact 2. Scale effect can go both ways. Together, you go after exactly what you want. In fact, together, there's a condition of parameters that gives you exactly what you want to match these two facts. So bottom line, non-homotheticity gives you kind of the signal, kind of this kind of income effect, and the scale effect gives you kind of like tilted to exports. So now fine, but these ingredients have implications. So one of the implications that actually you saw in the figure that actually Benny presented was, this is basically, he showed the left one, the left and the right are the same, they're basically scaled by different, okay, either you scale by modern services or per capita. Bottom line is gains from trade, basically reducing 10% trade costs, are higher in a world with scale effects compared to non-scale effects in a world with homothetic preferences. We knew this. I mean, this is, you know, I remember working with Rob and John and Alan, we actually find the same thing. But once you add the non-homothetic preferences, you're getting now a very different result. In the case of the same experiment with non-homotheticity, you're getting that one third of the countries, in fact, the poorer countries, are losing now compared to the case with homothetic preferences. I'm not going to go over the intuition of this, what's going on, but I'm saying that there's implications of actually focusing so much on this way they model non-homotheticity. And in fact, this relates to my other comment, which is another implication. The non-homotheticity, the way they model it, using this CS Sato, they try to be that the non-homotheticity is in this aggregator that is used for consumption or for investment. As a result, there's no distinction between the price of consumption and the price of investment. Neither there's a distinction in which how do I produce consumption goods compared to investment goods. But when I go to the data, what do we find is that investment goods are mostly used to produce capital goods, and they're mostly produced with what? With industry goods, right? With basically manufacturing goods. While consumption goods, like the one we consumed yesterday, are mostly produced with services, right? So does this have implications or not? In static modes, this has no implications, because in fact, in static modes, investment, you know, we can match completely the data, we can hold investment constant, but in dynamic models, it does. Why? Because investment is used to build capital. And now you're using services to build capital when in fact in the data, Most of what we're using to build capital, it's industry. So my suggestion here will be, I mean, I know this is speaking a lot to the structural trade literature, structural transformation literature. So one suggestion here, you can split the aggregator, use the non-homogeneity CAS aggregator for the part of, let's say, consumption. And that would align a lot with the estimations that Comin has, because the estimations that Comin et al. Have actually are on consumption, not on investment. So we don't even know that elasticity. So you're basically taking elasticity, okay, fine. And you can use the use tables, input-output tables, to basically think about investment. Or completely take a structural change, a structural transformation model, that, as in the literature, and build with that, and focus on what I think the paper could actually focus, or the agenda could actually focus, which relates to some discussion, which is this. So what is this? This is the input-output table of the US from GTAP. So I divided sectors into agricultural, extraction, food manufacturing. These are manufacturing sectors. These are utilities, traditional services, and here are the modern services. I put it actually at the back here. So what do you see here? This is the sectors that purchase, the sectors that sell. What is important, and I see this, I don't know if you guys see this, is some services, traditional services, these are retail, for example, they use it a lot as an input in the production of almost all sectors of the economy. And modern services in particular are used a lot in traditional services and modern services and throughout the economy. So these are important inputs in the production in domestic economies. I'm not even talking about trade. However, this is more as a final good. So if we really want to think about a quantitative model of trade in services or services of modern services, we really need to bring more data. I think good quantitative work requires a lot of data, and this data is easily available. Let me show it in a different way, easier. I don't know why I'm showing that. This is this. So I basically went and computed these average shares. Modern services turns out to be are in the economy, at least in 2017, and this is exactly what actually Berlingeri actually finds with the BEA tables. They are, in fact, the most important intermediate input in production across all the economy, right? And this applies to communication, financial services, and insurance, but in the paper, they treat this as zero. They literally treat in these modern services as health, education, and whatnot. So my suggestion here, the paper models this as pure consumption, and it will be very interesting and very easy and quantitatively important to basically take this data and model it also as an intermediate good. Related to this is the fact of trade, and trade and services is very difficult to measure. The European Union basically has this report, quite interesting, which they're measuring basically with Eurostat, trade and services. What you find here is that when you look at imports of services and exports of services, we're talking about more than 70% of the imports and exports are intermediate goods. They're not used as a final good. So bottom line, in the model, every unit of service is basically a final consumption. So with no input-output tables, doesn't matter. I think it matters for the application, for the Great Firewall, because attacks on Chinese firms, digital input has no channel into manufacturing competitiveness, and that actually might be an important, policy relevant and quantitative result that you want to focus on the paper. In any case, I think it's a great research agenda, and thank you so much.
Okay, we'll open up to questions.
Yeah, so agree, super important question and great that you're coming at this. I think I just, to echo Lorenz's point and then also tie it into what Mary asked. So, I do think these are mostly inputs. And then I think that if I understood the model correctly, like you said, there's not an extortion because of the economies of scale, these firms internalize them. But I do actually think a lot of these, they're inputs and a lot of them are sold to other firms. And so then it's not necessarily clear to me if there's a lot of outsourcing that would be internalized. So I think if you're going to build in the input structure, thinking also about that margin would be brilliant.
Yeah. No, great. So perhaps not surprisingly, we thought a lot about to do the full input-output model or not, and we kind of thought initially not to understand well in a more solid setting the role of non-rivalry, but given the feedback, we might as well extend it.
So, how much is the non-competitivity and this fact that richer countries export more services is doing for you, in the sense that it could be driven by the similar variable that was mentioned before, which is that richer countries are more high skilled, and high skilled creates competitive advantage in services. So when you said our model can get a lot of the patterns through these mechanisms. I mean, it may not necessarily be a win because it may actually be that the skill abundance of rich countries is what's doing the work of creating that slope.
Right. So the way that we tie our hand there is that we don't use the specialization patterns to measure the elasticities, right? So we take the income elasticities from Communatel and we measure our own gammas from cost shares, so nothing about specialization. And then we ask how much specialization you would get from these elasticities without all the exogenous stuff that could be scale intensity and so on. And then you get quite a lot actually. And still there's a non-trivial amount that you need, the residuals, and that I wouldn't be surprised if human capital, and indeed we model this as human capital, right? As labor augmenting productivity, which is higher in the US in our model.
How are you modeling the profit? I thought the modeling services are really about profit. The below policies on passing additional approvals and stuff. So I wasn't sure how this model think about profit from the.
So we have standard model of profits. There's a downward sloping demand curve that each firm faces. So that generates rents, and you actually need these rents because you have increasing returns in production, right?
But it's a representative term for.
No, we have a kind of skipped this first, but you have a unit measure of firms in each country sector. So each firm faces its own downward sloping demand curves, but in the end, all firms are within a country sector cell are symmetric.
But they're the aggregate.
So each has its own, it's just symmetric across these firms. So everything is internalized by the firm. So Netflix has its own non-rival stock of assets and all other firms and so on. We just don't model heterogeneity across the firms within the sector.
So George.
So, great paper. Following up with this question, tax on services are built. So I think it'd be really nice if you guys could separate the tax component from the trade cost. There's no way the cost of shipping IT to China is as high as you guys have the model. It's clearly just a trade tax. It's going to have a big impact on the welfare numbers, but it's also going to speak to like terms of trade effects, protectionism, and then obviously like the next step is these digital services. Like,
right. Yeah.
Talk about. So it feels like we should sort of lean into that. So I don't know if you have some thoughts on those 2 points. Like, can you separate them, and what will be the effects of these policies?
No, absolutely. I think it's very interesting, and we also thought about the digital services taxes, of course. We need to look a bit more in whether the data there is systematic enough across countries, right? So for tariffs, it's very convenient. For this type of different taxes, maybe it's a bit more challenging. So we'll need to, I think it's mostly model-wise, I don't see a particular challenge there in terms of data. I think there's a question. Yeah.
Comparing this to a model of innovation that is traditionally thought of productivity and firms investing in productivity improvements, and the productivity is non-viable. And of course, with the replication of Romer, I just have to multiply my inputs. How should I think of this is different from a model of just productivity?
No, it absolutely is, right? It's whether I think that the reason I didn't use the terminology of innovation is because I think people sometimes associate innovation with not necessarily all types of non-rival assets accumulation, right? So for example, R&D is a very narrow category of non-rival asset accumulation, whereas when Starbucks come up with new recipes or new designs, it's usually, a lot of times it's not counted into innovation and R&D. So that's the only reason we steered away from the innovation terminology.
There are two streets, one where your non-rival input is accumulated every year. So say R&D is that it improves and just picking up on that every year. Versus my HR can be used everywhere, but then I have to see an HR input every period and not really accumulating HR. Right? It's these two different extremes, and I guess we're doing one of those extremes.
So non-rivalry, it's 1 hour of the work of you, whether it affects all the consumers or a specific consumer. So that's and we have a more specific definition when we prompt the LLM. But yeah, that's a way that we'd like you to think about NBER. Thank you very much for all the comments. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Okay, so we're done a little early. We're gonna come back at 3:15 and then finish up with the last two papers.
If I have my right now, how do you explain the advanced staffing? I guess can't change.
One Okay, so we are starting back up again. No cheering, if someone scores. So we'll start with Jado. We're gonna talk about dynamics of technology, and then we'll finish up with, Eric Cronbach. So you guys, 30 minutes.
Right, thanks organizer for including this paper. This is a joint work with George Choi, who is also here, and Young Shin. Both of them are from the IMF, and Yong-Sung Shin, who is now jointly affiliated with Hyundai Motor Group and Washington University in St. Louis. Thanks audience for being here. I just saw that the World Cup just started, so this is a huge opportunity cost. China's quick book policy for decades has required multinational firms operating in China to form joint ventures with local Chinese partners and transfer technologies in exchange for market access. Let me give an example. In 2003, US networking industry firm 3Com and Chinese firm Huawei, they formed a joint venture called H3C to produce routers. This joint venture formation was based on the mutual agreement, but each side wanted something different. So 3Com, facing intense domestic competition with Cisco and other US firms, because of this harsh competition, they wanted to explore foreign market and obtain cheaper labor and lower trade costs from China. On the other hand, Huawei wanted technologies. So during these partnerships, 3Com trained Huawei's workers who had originally worked at Huawei. After a couple of years later, the HSC's key employees returned back to Huawei, bringing what they have learned so far. Since then, China's network industry market expanded by 27% year on year, mainly driven by these two firms, Huawei and its joint venture H3C, which decreased market shares of both 3Com and Cisco. So some in the US saw this as an intellectual property theft, for example, as a report by the investigation by USTR in 2018. And also the CHIPS Act, because of worrying about technology transfer leakage, they restricted US investment in high-tech sectors in China. Under this joint venture arrangement, multinational firms trade off is as follows. On the upside is that they can gain access to a large market and they can exploit low wage in China. But the downside is that they have to worry about technology leakage to China, which will make them productive and intensify the global competition in the future. It seems that US firms seem to acknowledge this kind of issues. If you look at for example, 3Com's SEC filing in 2007, they viewed that their joint venture partner Huawei was a material adverse impact on their sales and operations. Our research question is there an economic justification for government intervention when multinational firms voluntarily engage in such partnerships? Nobody really forced 3Com to form the joint venture, even though there was an arrangement set up by the Chinese government. And this paper will focus on the one key particular market failure, business ceiling failure. The fact that US multinational firms, they may ignore the impact of technology leakage on other US firms when they make joint venture decisions. We showed that this business ceiling externality can lead to potential overinvestment in joint ventures relative to the US social optimum level. We start with two correlational motivating facts. The first fact is that after joint venture is formed, Chinese partners, compared to non-participating Chinese firms, their size increase and they become technologically more similar to their partner multinational firms. The second fact, which is more novel and important in our paper, joint venture activity in China is negatively associated with US non-participating firm size. Motivating by these two facts, we build a model consistent with fact. We build a two-country Schumpeterian growth model with oligopolistic competition, joint venture, and innovation. US multinational firm, they can establish joint venture, but they face the following trade-off. The upside is market access and low wages, but they have to worry about this technology leakage effect, consistent with fact one. So part of their technology will be leaked, making Chinese competitor more productive and decreases their future profit. US multinational firms internalize their own profit losses from these technology leakages through the bargaining. They will be compensated for the leakage effect. However, business stealing effect arises because they do not internalize other US firms' profit, consistent with the fact two. Our model we calibrate to microdata and the reduce from correlations. And we mainly do the three counterfactual. The first counterfactual we consider the shutting down joint venture in 1999, which is the start of our sample period. Because of this business still externality, we show that US welfare increases by 1.1% actually when you shut down joint venture with China. But China loses a lot by about 8.8%. To understand how this business stealing effect affect the gains from joint venture, we consider a alternate scenario where the US multinational firms now must compensate the US fringe firms, other firms' losses from these technology leakages. So in other words, in this case, business stealing effect will be externality will be corrected. So thus, in this scenario, the same ban in 1999 will actually decreases US welfare, flipping the sign of the welfare effect compared to the baseline scenario. So they show that business externalities matters for the joint venture welfare effect. We also show the timing matters. So instead of shutting down joint venture in 1999, we think about an alternative scenario where we shut down joint venture in 2025, trying to reflect more ongoing policy discussions. In this case, joint venture ban in 2025 actually decreases US welfare by 0.8%. The reason is because even though joint venture shutting down joint venture increased initially, does not necessarily mean that it's going to be the right decision to shut down, because conditional on continuing this relationship for 25 years, China's economy or aggregate TFP level already substantially catching up with the US level. So this leakage effect and the business stealing effect matters less in 2025. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip the related literature, but our main contribution is quantitative and theoretical on the business stealing effect. Let me move on to the background. So China's quid pro quo policy has been explicitly required before WTO in 2001. It was explicitly required by the joint venture law. After 2001, they started to relax this policy. So for example, 100% foreign ownership was allowed to be established. However, many strategic key sectors or high-tech sector were still under these restrictions. And even though there was a relaxation, some people view that this implicit joint venture requirement become more implicit, and also some describe this as a voluntary is the new mandatory. Mainly in China, there are two types of FDI. One is joint venture. So this is defined as a foreign ownership above 25% and strictly below 100%. So 3Com, Huawei, and H3C are the example of joint venture. Wholly foreign enterprises, WFE, is defined as a foreign ownership of the 100%. So the key difference between the FDI form is that WFE does not involve local Chinese partners. To give a rough idea about the importance of FDI in the Chinese economy, on average, joint venture explains about 11% of the total manufacturing growth output in China in our firm level data. If you combine this both jointly with joint venture and WFE, this explains about 20%. We combine multiple firm level data sets. So first is a Chinese firm level data coming from annual survey of industrial enterprises. So this data has information on Chinese firms above certain threshold with typical firm level outcomes. So we can observe firms' registration types so that we can identify which firms are joint venture, WFE, or private or state-owned firms. US firm level data coming from the US ComputeStat, which is information on public listed firms. We also use its foreign sales from historical segment as a proxy for export. Using the Orbis global database and particular historic ownership data, we are going to link multinationals and its joint venture WFE subsidiaries in China. And we use the patent data set from the both USPTO and CNIPA, both US and the China patent offices. Sector and trade comes from the standard sources. Okay, let me move on to the first motivating fact. The fact one is about direct diffusion to Chinese partner firms, and we are not the first paper to document this kind of direct diffusion result, and some other previous papers have also shown some similar result as well. We're going to using the matching event set design. So we're going to match each Chinese partner firm. We're going to call the treatment with a non-partner Chinese firm as a control groups. So the non-partner Chinese firms are the samples of firms never established any joint venture relationships. And then we are going to match the partner firm with non-partner firms based on the observables and propensity score matching. So we are going to match 4 control firms to each firm. This results in about 176 treated firms and about 700 unique control firms. We also ensure that covariance balance is well balanced between the two groups. We're going to run the standard event study specification where I denotes for firm, N for match, and time for T. This beta tau would tell us about how they start to behave differently compared to the control group before and after joint venture formation. We include firm match and match year fixed effect, meaning that our event study design is stacked by events so that we can circumvent for some issues related to the recent staggered diff and diff issues. We use two main dependent variable outcomes. The first is log sales. The second one is about use the technological proximity measure based on the cosine similarity or based on the patents across different technological field. So higher this technological proximity means that firms are patenting more similarly in terms of technological field. This is the two graphs are our first result. The left panel is outcome is log sales. There's no pre-trend. After the joint venture formation, to traded firms their sales started to increase substantially. And on average, between 0 to 7, on average, its effect was about 20%. So the red line here is the pool diff and diff coefficient. In the right panel, the outcome is technological proximity measure. So this suggests that after forming the joint venture, traded firms starting to patent more similarly with their partner multinational firms compared to the control groups. Somewhat suggested of the direct technology division channel consistent with the previous studies. Let me move on to the fact 2 on business stealing effect on US firms. I'm going to provide across industry and within industry evidence. For the across industry evidence, we're going to consider the following long difference regression model between 1999 to 2012, where the outcome variable is US firms' outcome growth. The main regressor on the right-hand side is joint venture exposure. Joint venture exposure is defined as changes in total domestic sales by any joint venture affiliate normalized by initial size. We use domestic sales because we didn't want to pick up, for example, processing trade. And also when constructing this measure, we sum across all the countries, multinational firm, rather than the US, because the competition effect are not necessarily coming from the US side. To make a comparison with joint venture, analogously, we also construct this WOF exposure. What is WOF exposure? We define the same variable, but using the wholly foreign owned enterprises. So the coefficient, so we expect beta to be more negatively correlated than compared to gamma, because joint venture compared to WOFE is involving the local partner firms, which can observe technologies from the multinational side. We restrict the sample, US firms that never engage in joint venture with WOFE in China. So this is a sample where we expect this business stealing effect to show up. We also include NTR gap from the Pearson showed to capture reduction in trade policy uncertainty after China joined WTO. We find negative correlations between joint venture exposure and the firm level growth in sales, employment, and export. In column 2, we conclude additional controls related to US and China's pre-trend, US technological control, and Chinese subsidy variables, and the results remain robust. Importantly, although we find a negative correlation with joint venture exposure, we don't find a negative correlation with WOF exposure in the second row. This suggests that joint venture has a different impact with the WOF exposure. And 1 percentage point in the joint venture exposure were negatively associated with the 0.14 percentage point decline in US firm sales outcome. We'll provide one additional piece of evidence using exploiting the within sector product overlap. So the idea is that firms that share a greater product overlap with the multinational firm that forms a joint venture is going to hurt more from the joint venture formation. So we're going to run the event study with 2 treatment effects with continuous exposure. So our events, we have 2 events. The first is joint venture participation by multinational K over our sample period, in particular 4-digit industry. Another event will be the same. First, WOFE participation by multinational firm, denoted by K prime over the same sample period in SIC 4-digit industry. This results in about 87 industry were at least exposed to either first joint venture or first WOFE exposure. And in particular, 38 industries were exposed to joint venture first participation, Wolfe about 79, and 30 sectors experienced boost treatment effect, boost events. So we again restrict the sample to the firms that never engage in joint venture with Wolfe, and we restrict the sample events window strictly from -5 to 7. And TNIC is a product overlap measure between firms. So we take this product overlap measure from Holberg and Phillips 2016 paper that measures product overlap between any two bilateral firms relationship based on the business description from 10K filing. The idea is that if firms share more product overlap, they're more likely to have some similar text in the business descriptions. So we take their data. So within sector year, after the event, depending on the product overlap, firms will be differentially affected by this event. That's the idea of the event study. And in control, we also include controls, first participant pre-event levels of growth rate and sales and TFPR, and also again interacted with TNIC measure. The reason why I include this control is we're worrying about this multinational firms expansion is going to also have some mechanical negative impact from the firms that share the great product overlap. So we wanted to control that issues. And we also control firm time invariant fixed effect and sector year fixed effect. So all the variation coming from the within sector year product overlap before and after the joint venture formation. We find that US firms with greater product overlap with the first joint venture participant multinationals were associated with larger declines in sales. In panel A, this is joint venture joint event. The right panel is about the Wolfe event. So unlike the joint venture, we don't find such significant negative effect for the Wolfe event. So to give us magnitude interpretation, one standard higher overlap was associated with 10% larger decline in sales. This result also remained robust for alternative outcomes without the controls, and also alternative functional forms for the continuous instead of the continuous exposure. And also when we restrict the sector composition to the 30 industries which experience both types of event, we find a similar result. Okay, just to summarize, the fact one was about joint venture and technology diffusion story. So we find that after joint venture formation, Chinese partner sales goes up, and also they become technologically similar. And also the fact two, it looks like this joint venture seems to have business stealing effect on US non-participant. Even though this correlation evidence, we're going to build a model to interpret this correlation and to perform counterfactual analysis. Yep, please.
How do we think about selection into who form? Like I'm in an industry, some guy forms a joint venture, the other guy doesn't. And then, but they're selected, like they know things about their business. So should I be worried about that or not?
We should be, that's a big issue in the endogenous concerns. And that's the reason why we're having showing the two types of event, joint venture and the Wolfe event. And if there's something special about joint venture, it's unobservable for some reasons, better firms get a relationship in terms of joint venture rather than Wolfe. That's going to be a concern in terms of interpretation of these correlations. But we don't have a good answer behind that selection. But also at the same time, we don't have we're not so sure whether better firm will select into joint venture versus Wolfe. So because Wolfe is more difficult, right? Because it has less information, usually has a higher fixed cost in terms of the establishing the foreign affiliate.
And since we're on the slide, just to be clear, how should is that Wolfe 0? Is that that's like that confirms the business stealing kind of thing, or that's just like it just turned out 0?
So it just turns out it just turned out to be 0.
Just turned out.
Yep.
Good.
I find your story very appealing, but I'm curious if you can look at multinationals innovating in China. So we've increasingly seen this globalization of R&D and patent developing abroad by multinationals. So some of it is happening in China as well. And this was starting in the kind of early 2010s, 2010s.
Okay, so our sample period covers our main sample period covered 1999 to 2012. Yeah. And so our result is to like when we make a sample period like earlier 2007. But I think we can definitely take a more look at about it. But I think that's something important channel as well, something
Yeah,
maybe interacting with
That's
the
my
models.
sense that after 2010, I'm not saying that there's kind of reverse technological spillovers necessarily, but it's just that, everyone is innovating more globally. And today we do see it going in both directions. Yeah.
So in our model, we actually incorporate learning from the other direction. If Chinese firms are more productive and they're having the joint venture with US firms, we allow for US firms to actually learn from Chinese firms. Okay, let me move on to the model. So the environment, let me first explain environment. There are two countries, US and China. There's a continuum of time. There is no aggregate shock. There are two sectors, tradable and non-tradable. Within tradable, there's a unimass continuum of industry indexed by J. Within the industry, there's finite number of firms competing with each other, producing a unique variety through the oligopolistic competition. The firms are large within sector, they're small at the aggregate. Firms are heterogeneous along productivity, with their productivity endogenously evolving through innovation and diffusion. Trade, the varieties is subject to iceberg trade costs and tariffs. And household inelastic supply labor, they have Cobb-Douglas aggregate over the two sectors, tradable and non-tradable. They earn income from labor, income, and profit. There's no trade in asset, ruling out international borrowing or lending. Okay, so non-tradable sector is standard. There's a perfectly competitive representative firm producing using the linear technology, where the productivity growth is exogenous. The tradable sector, there's two layers of aggregate. Across industries, things are aggregated through the Cobb-Douglas. Within each industry, things are aggregated through the CS fashion with elastic substitution sigma. And firms are also producing using linear technologies. So psi I is from specific demand shifter. In the baseline, within each industry, there's one leader and one fringe firm in each country. So fringe firms here should be viewed more as a non-participating firms rather than just small-sized firms. Once US and Chinese leader make a mutual agreement, which I'm going to talk a little bit more detail later, joint venture will be established, and there will be 5 firms competing with each other. And both all leader, fringe, and joint venture produces different varieties and export. We neutralize lower variety. The reason why we did that was because having one more new variety somewhat mechanically affect consumers' welfare. So we wanted to focus on the competition and prices channel. So we neutralize lower variety. But when we redo the rubber variety, but qualitatively we find a similar result. This demand shifter, psi I, is actually going to play an important role because when psi I is high for leader, it means that its decision will represent sectoral total profit. So higher psi I demand shifter of the leader will be associated with smaller business stealing effect. I'm going to also later show the comparative statistics. Market structure is better competition among leaders joint venture, resulting in dozen markups, increasing market shares. For simplicity, we assume that fringe firms charge constant markups. So in this class of the model, productivity gap between firms determines pricing and market share, and they are the payoff relevant state variables. Leaders can choose Poisson arrival rate of innovation rate intensity, subject to the standard cost-convex function. And upon successful innovation, they can improve their productivity by 1 step, lambda. For simplicity, we assume that fringe firms do not innovate, they only grew through domestic diffusion. There are 3 types of diffusion in our model. The first 2 are standard in the literature. First is domestic diffusion. The fringe firms, they're catching up with leaders' productivity level with some exogenous intensity, delta D. The second is international diffusion between leaders in both countries. With some Poisson intensity, they also they achieve the same productivity level. These 2 are the standard in the literature. And on the top of the standard diffusions, we also incorporate new additional type of diffusion, which we call direct diffusion, consistent with our fact 1. So during partnerships, Chinese joint venture partners can learn from US multinational firms with additional intensity phi. We also allow for the US leader to learn from Chinese firm if they have joint venture relationship, but if Chinese leaders have the productivity above the US leaders level. US leader, they choose joint venture opportunity subject to the convex cost. So they choose Poisson intensity DHT. So conditional on being successful, US and Chinese have the opportunity to start bargaining. Their bargaining problem is stated in the second line. So US leader either pays or receives one-time fee from Chinese leaders. The first term on the right-hand side of the bargaining problem is changes in US leaders' value after joint venture formation. So when they make a decision, US leaders think about the trade-off, the market access low wages versus leakage effect from the additional diffusion, because leakage is going to make Chinese rivals more competitive, making the competition much harsher in the future, eroding their future profit stream. In our calibrated value, typically C, bargaining fee is negative, meaning that US firms receive. The reason is the Chinese firms are on average, their initial technology level is much inferior to the US. So they want to establish the relationship after paying the licensing fee to the US firms. We interpret the licensing fee revenue from the Chinese firms. We assume the joint venture productivity evolved with US leaders' innovation subject to the iceberg productivity laws, for example, thinking about the communication cost or operating costs in the foreign abroad. US and Chinese leaders share the joint venture additional profit flow by the constant fraction. So the joint venture law in China used to stipulate that the profit should be shared based on the equity shares. So we're going to calibrate this kappa using the equity share from the Orbis data. And also for simplicity, we also assume that each firm, leaders, Finch, and joint venture maximize their own profit. So we don't allow for example, joint profit maximization problem in our setup. Before going to talking about some quantitative result, let me briefly summarize this, what joint venture does to the US. First, it increases leaders' profit because they receive joint venture profit and licensing fee revenue, but they decreases fringe firm profit through the business stealing channel. Consumers gain from joint venture because Chinese firms become more productive, joint venture established is going to lower the US import prices. There's also GE effect of the lower real wages because there's lower labor demand US because more production is now happening abroad in China. In terms of innovation, joint venture actually lowers innovation rate in our calibrated values. There are two actually opposing forces. On the one hand, having joint venture can increases incentive for innovation for US leaders because they have larger market access, the standard market size story, and also they receive joint venture fees. So they want to have more innovation so that they can receive more joint venture fee as an option value. On the other hand, because of the direct diffusion channel, once joint venture is established, this disincentivizes their innovation. The reason is, if I innovate, part of my technology will leak to China, so I'd rather not do that. In our calibrated values, this leakage effect dominates in our calibration because of the key parameter that is related to this leakage effect is a diffusion parameter phi. Also, joint venture erodes US comparative advantage. So more joint ventures are established in sectors where the US is leading most. The Chinese firms want to form joint venture because they want to learn something. So meaning that total surplus from joint venture is larger when technology gap between two countries are larger. So joint venture is more established in sectors where the US has comparative advantage. So subsequent diffusion via joint venture is going to erode US comparative advantage, worsening US terms of trade and leading to the smaller static gains from trade. So we are going to calibrate the model using the simulated method moment along transition. So calibrating along transition is important because this is during our sample period, China is growing rapidly. So targeting the steady state moment can be misleading. Let me briefly discuss about some key parameters in the moment. We calibrate direct diffusion to output different coefficient for factor 1. And leader demand shifter, we calibrate the US compute stat of overall manufacturing side relative to its total US manufacturing gross output. And we are viewing the US publicly listed firms as a potential firms that can do the joint venture in our model. Importantly, we, as a non-target moment, we validate our model and generate this negative outcome for the US firms, the fact 2, rather than just feeding our model to this fact 2 directly. So main counterfactual is shutting down joint venture in 1999. To better understand the model's mechanism, we present decomposition exercises. So this is the present discounted value of real income, where the normalized by the total value of the baseline. So the first column is a baseline, second column is the counterfactual with joint venture band, and third column is changes. Shutting down joint venture reduces US leaders' profit because they lose joint venture profit and the licensing fees. Fringe firms increases their profit increases by 6%. There is also GE effects through the labor income channel. This business stealing effect not necessarily independent from the GE channel through the labor income. The reason is there's an overinvestment in joint venture in each industry. This compounds across the continuum of industry, leading to the quite sizable GE effect here. In terms of consumption equivalent welfare changes, shutting down joint venture improves US welfare by 1.1%, but decreases China welfare by 8.8%. So when shutting down joint venture slows down China's catching up, and also there's also slightly more US innovation without joint venture. The blue line here is above 0, means that US is doing more innovation on average compared to the counterfactual. So consumption, this is a relative consumption path. Consumption under the baseline relative to the counterfactual. This is characterized by the short-run loss versus long-run gain. The short-run loss is happening because now the US firms is losing their joint venture profit. But at the same time, the more innovation and the labor income channel is going to bring to some long-run gain. So when you compute the present discount value of this welfare, it results in the positive 1.1%. Okay, now we want to understand more about the mechanism of this business stealing. So we consider alternate scenario whether the US leaders now have to compensate US fringe firms for their losses. We do this through the multinational national bargaining. So the US leader and the US fringe firm now have to coordinate together to make a joint venture decision. In this case, pure joint venture established, there's no declines in labor income as a GE effect, and therefore China's catching up speed will be slower. So this result actually reversed the welfare effect of the joint venture ban in 1999. So 0.9, actually shutting down joint venture decreases by welfare by 0.9%. We also consider alternate scenario different timings, shutting down joint venture 2025 rather than the 1999 to better think about the policy ongoing discussions. In this case, shutting down joint venture actually decreases US welfare by 0.8%. The reason is, as you can see in the panel A, at this moment, China already substantially catching up with US technology level. So leakage effect or business stealing effect matter less when you shut down joint venture in 2025. We also finally do the comparative statistics. So we build a simple static trade model to highlight this business stealing effect. And we also show the conditions under which business stealing effect decreases welfare and some comparative statistics theoretical result. So business stealing effect, the magnitude of the business stealing effect increases in foreign market size, fringe demand shifter, and technology gap. The reason why the business stealing effect increases with the foreign market size is because larger foreign market size means that fringe firm is going to lose more profit in the export market. So this you can see there is a positive slope, meaning that welfare gains from shutting down joint ventures increasing with foreign market size. Demand shifter also matter because higher fringe demand shifter means US leaders business is going to care less and less about the overall sector profit. So smaller fringe demand shifter means that leaders represent more about the total industry size. So higher this fringe demand shifter means higher welfare gains from shutting down joint venture. And finally, initial technology gap, as I show in the 2025 matters. So we experiment with different timings. So with the shutting down joint venture, so when the China is on average is more below the US technology level, this business stealing effect becomes larger because China now China's catching up becomes faster with shutting down joint venture. To conclude, business stealing effect can potentially link to the US multinational firms to the overinvestment in joint venture in China, and also in calibrated value, joint venture can potentially lead to the less innovation in the US and also erode comparative advantage, wage and welfare. But our story is more complicated because banning joint venture does not always improve welfare, and the timing and technology gap matters. And our quantitative result seems to be somewhat suggestive and consistent with the industry leaders and anecdotal evidence that one firm's profit maximization may not necessarily reflect total sector profit or the aggregate outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the organizers for letting me discuss this paper. This was actually a very fun read for me. I work on technology diffusion, and a lot of times when I show some evidence of technology diffusing across borders, people usually end up asking me, well, what's happening in the actual country that the technology is coming from? And I never used to have an answer. So now Jado is providing me with that answer. This is great. So the question that they ask in this paper is, do US MNEs privately choose to invest in too many joint venture formations from the perspective of US welfare because they fail to internalize competitive effects on other firms and also innovation, negative innovation effects that they face in the future? Right, and the answer for now at least, they say that yes, at least in starting from 1999, it seems to be the case that they have invested a little too much in joint venture formation. US welfare would have been higher if they had reduced the joint venture formation. Where do they start off from? So first they start off from some empirical evidence for these mechanisms that they want to bring in. So for the first one is, well, for me to talk about competition effect and technology leakage effect, I need to show that technology is actually leaking. So that's the first evidence. And this basically lines up with what's found in the literature. So this is not new in this paper per se. But the second aspect is basically what's happening in the origin country from which technology is going to these countries. And here, Jado and co-authors, they find that for the firms that are not forming joint ventures, the non-M&E firms in these countries, in the US, the sales are going down, their employment is going down, their investment in capital is going down. So they have a lot of negative effects within their firms. So as I said, the first one is in line with the literature. The second one is the new part that they're bringing into the picture. And I think they could do a bit more in like selling that aspect of the paper. But also this is different. This also brings a new dimension to the technology diffusion literature per se, right? Here, a lot of the technology diffusion literature has focused on establishing the first fact and how the first fact helps countries grow and the dynamic effects of how it affects the dynamic effects of dynamic gains from trade. The second part is novel, and this is kind of where it adds on to the technology transfer or technology diffusion literature here. I know he went through the empirical section quite fast, and I wanted to show off this figure that I did with ChatGPT. I was very proud of this figure, but here's the kind of the identification strategy they're using. So you have a US M&E and a Chinese JV partner, which potentially forms a JV. So to establish the first fact, they're trying to find a potential Chinese non-JV partner that looks very similar to the JV partner. So they're comparing those two firms. So that's great. But for the second one, so they have two different types of evidences. One is an across industry evidence. So they're going to compare an industry which has lots of JV formation in China to an industry that has not a lot of JV formation in terms of how much JV sales happen. So for the within industry evidence, I thought this was super cool. They're actually going to have the same, oh, did I do something? They're going to have the same event study. So the event starts at the same time, which is the joint venture formation for both these firms, which belong to the same industry. But what's different between the industry between firm one and firm two is the products that they produce. So firm one is producing apples, which is one of the products that the multinational is producing. Firm two produces bananas, then bananas are not produced by the multinational. So this is kind of where they're getting the identification strategy for, if you were interested. Okay, so that's kind of the empirical evidence. They start from this and then they build a model of joint venture formation. This is a model where there are two countries, there's a continuum of industries, but within each industry, you have a leader firm and a fringe firm in both countries, and there's a potential endogenous joint venture formation, and all these firms are going to be competing in Bertrand competition pricing strategies. Where are the dynamics coming from? This is the most important part of the dynamic part of the paper. There is endogenous innovation, endogenous innovation effort being invested by both the leaders in both countries. And this is what shows us over time how these countries are growing. But there's also exogenous domestic diffusion. So there's technology diffusing from leader to the fringe firm in each country. And this international technology diffusion where technology diffuses from leader of one country to the leader of the other country. The joint venture formation adds an extra channel of diffusion. So instead of a baseline technology diffusion of 10%, say joint venture increases that probability of technology going from the leader of one country to the other to 15%. Right? So what does this mean? Well, there's different types of effects that happen in this model. So first, there is some static effects. Given everything to be the same, given that we have some technology differences between China and the US, the introduction of a joint venture is going to increase leader profits because otherwise they wouldn't form this joint venture. They would form it only if there's increase in profits for them through the joint venture fee and the extra profits they're making in the other country. But there's these negative business stealing effects for the French firms. French firms are losing out on some of their market share, so their profits are going down. There's going to be lower domestic demand for labor because now most of the production is shifted towards China. And so there's lower labor demand in the US, so that leads to lower wages. And the real wage effect depends on the prices, and that might go either way depending on the technology gaps and exactly how labor demand was shifted from one country to the other. But dynamic effects are important in this model, not just the static effects. The business stealing effect, the business stealing effects that Jada focused on in the presentation, if you want to think of them the way when I read the paper, I thought of the business stealing effect as a very static effect, which is, I know there is a status quo, there's a technology gap between the US and China, and I existed as a French firm in this market. An introduction of a fifth firm into my market is going to steal away profits from me. So that's the business stealing effect, the way I understood it. But dynamics here, the leaders in each country are now going to, their incentives to innovate are going to change because the environment, the economic environment has changed. So now leaders are going to think of, well, if there is an option for joint venture formation, my profits, potential profits in the future are going to be high. So I want to innovate more. My market access is going to be higher. So I want to innovate more. But I also recognize that there's going to be technology leakage to the other country, which will eat away into my profits in the future. So I want to innovate less. Right? So it really depends how these forces interact with each other. And finally, once you kind of solve the model, you see that over time, these leakage effects can be quite high, and there are going to be negative effects on innovation. And this is where most of the welfare results are coming from. So the first one, I want to start talking about the business stealing effect. So this is a figure from Jado's paper. So this is one of Fact 2's figures. So here they find that in response to JV formation, there's reduction in French firms' profits or non-US M&E profits. But in response to the wholly foreign-owned enterprise formation in China, you get zero, right? Or at least that's the estimate you're getting. It's not very precisely estimated, but you're getting like a rough zero in response to whole the WFOE formation. The model that they write down, however, do not have this distinction, right? I quickly simulated a simple model. I'm not doing any endogenous JV formation in this model. There's no endogenous decisions in this model. All I did was simulated 1,000 industries. I randomly assigned JV firms to these industries. And then I asked, well, if these JV industries were formed in a random number of firms, compare these JV industries to non-JV industries and look at what's happening to French firm profits in the JV industries. And you see that French firm profits go down, just like in this figure, French firm profits are going down. But the business stealing effect is not restricted to French firms in this model. So any kind of competition in China or in the US will lead to reductions in French firm profits in this model. So I was wondering what is it, why is it that we see these different types of effects here in response to competition? Is this different from standard import competition that we would think of, or any types of increased competition in the market that we would think of? And does this have any implication for the type of model you would want to write down in the future, right? So here the reason JV is different from a wholly foreign-owned enterprise is the only reason is in the wholly foreign-owned enterprise, you don't have this extra technology leakage effect. So dynamically, you're not going to have more competition effect. In JV, you're going to have over time, Chinese firms are going to get much better. So you're going to face more competition from China, so your profits are going down at a faster rate in the future. This might have implications for calibration, right? Suppose what you're picking up in the empirics is a relative effect. So relative to the wholly foreign-owned enterprise, you're finding a relative effect in the JV estimation. But what you actually pick up in the model is a level effect, right? So this might matter for how you're calibrating the effects and what exactly you want to match in the model, which moment you want to choose to match. And we don't have any strategic responses from French firms in this model. French firms are very passive in this model. They don't have prices. They don't set prices strategically, nor do they choose to improve their innovation or improve their productivities in this model. Are fringe firms reacting differently when US M&E chooses to do a joint venture versus a wholly foreign-owned enterprise, or are these industries just very different, right? And the responses look different in these industries. It's nice that Jado ended with these two comments, and this kind of summarizes what the paper is about. One is, I felt there were two main things in this paper. One is the business stealing effect, which is, yes, when technology goes to the other firm, when there is more competition, my business is stolen. That's great. And this is summarized by this former Tesla enterprise, executive. Thank you. What they say is one American company gets to win and most of the competitors get to lose in this game. So that's the business stealing effect. But I think a more important mechanism in this model is this reduced innovation incentives, which is actually giving rise to most of the welfare gains, is how I read the paper, which is this person which says technologies and the joint venture formation is ultimately damaging the firm's capacity to innovate in the future, right? So I felt there was a tension in the paper when they were discussing the two mechanisms. So it felt like the business stealing effect is what is primarily being motivated in the paper as the mechanism. But innovation is not really, and innovation seems to not be a focus until you present the model. But most of the gains most of the welfare losses seem to be coming from the fact that firms' incentives to innovate have drastically reduced in these models. So future gains for the economy and future technology diffusion that fringe firms could have benefited from have gone down. All of this turns out to look like lower profits for the fringe firms, lower present discounted values of profits for fringe firms, but that is because US firms are now not innovating, so fringe firms are not benefiting from that diffusion. Right? So the question to ask then is the US welfare maximizing joint venture effort equal to the coordinated joint venture effort that you showed us, right? So when these multinational firms internalize the negative profit externalities on fringe firms, is that going to give us the maximizing US welfare maximizing joint venture effort, right? So again, some simulations here, I find that basically, if I don't change anything, if I don't change innovation activity of these firms, welfare could be slightly higher or slightly lower, the static welfare comparisons, right? But the big welfare changes are coming when I introduce these innovation responses by firms, right? 2 more minutes, I'll just end with this one. So the last one, it's really important in this counterfactual, when we run this counterfactual, to kind of know exactly how China is going to grow, right? And that's going to determine what competition US firms were facing in the counterfactual. So this is a picture from the OECD statistics, and we see the R&D to sales ratio of the US in this period that they're considering really doesn't change much, but China is drastically increasing the amount of innovation effort they're doing in this time period, right? So there's more than doubled in R&D responses. So a question again is, I don't know whether the model reproduces these trends in Chinese innovation efforts the way they've calibrated the model, right? And is it possible to kind of use the trends in innovation effort by China for calibrating the own innovation ability of China during this time period? So right now for us to understand China's productivity growth in the counterfactual, we kind of need to know how good China is in its own innovation ability. What is the international diffusion China is gaining from the other country, and what the technology diffusion looks like, right? The first two ones, I was not entirely sure what helps set which parameter here, but you have two kind of moments in the data that you're trying to match. There's the China-US technology gap in the BGP that is set to 1, that helps you match how good China is in its own innovation ability. When I first saw this, I was like, okay, maybe that's conservative, but I had to take a step back and be like, is it really conservative? Because China is now growing really fast, and some technology gaps are reversed in China to the US, right? So what is the rationale for 1? It's not clear if this is a conservative number, and depending on what the value of alpha F, which is how China's own innovation ability is changing, that might change what type of competition the fringe firms would have faced in the future anyway, right? And then I have some comments on pinning down phi in the model, but we can talk about that later. So I'll end with these 3 comments. I think this is a great paper which introduces a new dimension to the technology diffusion literature, which talks about what actually happens in the origin countries of technologies that gets diffused. And I'm very excited to see where this goes. And thank you so much for letting me speak here. Thank you.
take questions.
Yeah.
Super interesting paper. I was wondering about the question of optimal policy here. So what the optimal policy would be, presumably the optimal policy would actually be a time varying tax on joint ventures by the US government, depending upon how far ahead of the frontier the US is. And so I was sort of curious about two things there. How close to the optimal policy welfare does a ban get you if you do it in 1999? But then also in the different effects in the model that Swap was talking about, presumably only the business dealing one is an externality in the sense that the firm should internalize the impact on its future innovation efforts. Of course, it might not get the full social surplus because it's only caring about its profits rather than consumer surplus. So potentially there could be some externality there, but the main externality seems to be the business dealing. So just kind of curious how close optimal policy would get to kind of an outright ban.
Yeah, just to echo that point, I think the business dealing effect is fascinating, but it also raises the question of, are we trying to, when thinking about optimal policy design, are we maximizing one country's welfare, the others, or the world as a whole? And if we want to, increase the size of the pie, do we want to think about multilateral coordination in some respect? And the other kind of side remark is that I don't think it's about JV anymore, because increasingly, multinationals are locating R&D in developing countries. It's usually the applied R&D that they want to co-locate with production. That's what we're seeing with the German multinationals anyway. And so it's not about regulating JV anymore, because it's going to happen. They're going to go there and innovate there, and you're going to have spillovers going every which way among all the firms.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks, super interesting paper. So I saw that you're using the Hobart Phillips product similarity data in your empirics, but then in the model, you actually have symmetric firms. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect between the two. And I'm sure you know that there's this recent literature that takes these product similarity measures and builds oligopoly models with hedonic demand around those. And so I was wondering, one, why didn't you use instead the elasticities that come out from these models in your empirics, the elasticity, demand elasticity and diversion ratios? And two, why, if you have, why not using, for example, these hedonic demand systems also on the modeling side?
Just a simple question. I sort of had in the back of my mind some sort of growth accounting exercise, right? Like, and I think what you're telling us is we should be able to decompose the changes in Z into JV and human capital, all those sorts of things. It'd be interesting to do that and then somehow tell us, how much of the TFP growth in China has come from that. I sort of had this impression that most of China growth was just capital deepening. And when I look around the world, like, for the last 20 years, it's been capital deepening. It's not really about technology. And then when I look around the United States, it's mostly about like, we have all these cool new industries. So it feels a little bit kind of at odds to what your model's telling us, but I don't know anything. So no one disagreed, but.
I second Steve's suggestion we think about the tax policy. I think would have an additional effect aside from the obvious Googling sort of effect. It would also have what I call a Haruka Takayama effect of manipulating the bargaining game between the two partners. So if the U.S. government grabbed a certain share of the surplus, that would mean that the Chinese partner gets less on the table, and that's something you don't usually have, and it would be a natural feature of taxation in this model.
Yeah. Thank you all, Greg, for a question. So first going to first regarding Steve's point about the optimal policy, we actually experiment with the taxing joint venture. But actually, in our calibrated version, joint venture shutting down actually always had the largest welfare gain because such that the gap was very high between the two countries. The gap was very large.
That's just the limiting case of an infinite tax, right? So the tax must always do better.
Exactly. Yeah. So we are so we find the limiting case of tax is actually bring the largest welfare gain. And we also experiment with something similar, different. So like we also experiment with the joint optimal policy. So like we have some weighting for the China and the US, and then they trying to maximize their joint surplus of the total country. If we found that there's an optimal solution where actually China like provides some international transfer to US consumers, and then we can better off in that kind of country. And also consider China's retaliation as, for example, providing the subsidy for the labor overall. And regarding Colin's point about the R&D center, yeah, exactly correct. So the reason here we don't view the joint venture we don't focus on the non-necessary joint venture. So we view that any activities, for example, that's profit maximizing from the Chinese US firm's perspective, but as long as there's a profit shifting effect or business stealing effect from the US printing firm side, let it be R&D center or supply chain. There's some anecdotal, I mean, there's a lot of people worrying about, for example, Tesla or Apple having too much supply chain. The reason why we use the joint venture because it's easier to measure and also well accepted in the literature. And also regarding yes, absolutely. So we don't have the model, we don't have the product overlap. We can experiment with some alternative demand system, but we use this is most standard and the simplest. So when we fit in the model, we don't talk about the product overlap. We generate across industry the negative outcomes, but we can definitely do some more robustness checks using or exploiting some alternative measures of the product similarity and the demand elasticities. And so regarding China's decomposition, kind of similar. As capital deepening is definitely very important exercises. We think that's very important, but at the same time, capital accumulation is also endogenous to TFP growth. So I think that's very difficult to disentangle like capital deepening versus TFP growth, right? Because if you become more productive through the joint venture, Chinese firms will also do more capital accumulation too. So I think both channels can be very interesting, and having one channel and then maybe decomposing two channels separately will be another very interesting exercises. And then we haven't experimented with making the one US government, for example, tying the bargaining surplus processes. I think that policy that has to be kind of time consistent, right? In the sense that, I think that will be another very interesting policy exercises regarding tying one party's hands down, manipulating the surplus from the bargaining. Thank you all for the great question and comment.
It's okay. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks to the organizers for putting together a program and including our paper. So today, I'm Sang-min. I'm from the University of South Carolina. Today, I'm going to present our project on tariff front running, which is joint work with Maria Jose, who's at Penn State. So for the past, today and yesterday, for the past 2 days, we've seen 5 tariff-related or tariff-adjacent papers. But we're switching gear, promise me. I'll promise you guys. Instead of looking at what happens after the tariff, our focus will be what will be happening before the tariff arrives. That will be our key concern, and that will be what we are addressing in this paper. So going forward, motivated by the fact that trade is inherently dynamic, firms can respond today to future changes in tariffs. That's basically our starting point. And 2018-2019 US import tariffs provide an ideal setting to study this because they were signaled well in advance. For example, there was about a 1-year gap between the start of investigation and the imposition of tariffs. Take steel and aluminum tariffs, like Section 232, for example. In April 2017, the Department of Commerce started an investigation. But then the actual imposition of tariff comes about 11 months after, in March 2018 for the rest of the world, and June 2018 for Canada, Mexico, and the European Union, the allied countries. And leveraging this 2018-2019 tariff episodes, we ask 2 questions in this paper. First, how do US importing firms respond to a future increase in tariffs? And second, how do these firm level adjustments affect aggregate output and price dynamics? We first show that even in the aggregate data, we can see tariff front running. So here, red is the product country imports from Canada, Mexico, and the European Union. And then the blue dotted line is the product countries from product country partners that were not subject to any of the 2018-2019 tariff. Here, x-axis is time, y-axis is the average log change relative to 2016 level. So what we can see, and the vertical lines mark the key dates. So what we can see is that around the time when the Department of Commerce started its investigation, imports for the affected products start to go up. And when the findings were released, they go even further, and they peak right before the tariffs were imposed. And after the tariffs, as you can see, imports like fall dramatically. And we view this inverted V shape as the signature of tariff front running. And going to the preview of our paper, we first ask, how do US importing firms respond to a future increase in tariffs? In order to answer this, we compiled data on US public firms' shipment level imports, and we link those to tariffs and then firms' financial information. And our data set covers from 2012 to 2019. Then, using the data set, we run local projections to assess the dynamics, firm level dynamics before and after the tariff increase. And what we find, consistent with the 1-year gap that I just showed you, over the year before the tariff, firms increased their imports and inventories. And one additional fact that we uncover is that they also expand their set of product country partners. And we call the first one intensive margin and the second one as the extensive margin. So to reiterate, before the tariff comes, they increase their imports, but they also import from more partners. Sorry, going to the second question. Yep. The second question is about macroeconomics and how do these firm level adjustments affect aggregate output and price dynamics? Our theoretical contribution is to build a dynamic trade model with both intensive and extensive margins. And as untargeted moments of our model, we reproduce the empirical facts that we just documented. So in anticipation of higher tariffs in the future, forward-looking firms expand along both intensive and extensive margin in our model. And now to talk about the aggregate impact, regarding like before the tariff hits, we show that the output is higher and then prices are lower. And the reason behind this is that in our model, when the firm has an additional country partner, it acts as an additional cost draw for the unit variety of your input varieties. And it will be lowering the marginal cost. That's why pre-tariff, output will go up, prices will come down. And after the tariff, we show that from low tariff to high tariff steady state, there is about a year-long smooth transition of both output and prices. And for this one is mainly due to intensive margin. In anticipation of tariff, firms already stockpiled high levels of inventories. And they'll be drawing down those high level of inventories to keep producing. And that's why these aggregate variables are very smooth. And I know that a lot of people are interested in like prices. So as for the prices, it takes about a year for the tariffs to fully pass through to the aggregate price. And for these dynamics, these are model predictions, but we go to the cross-industry data to validate this. And we show that more tariff-exposed industry actually exhibit strong pre- and post-tariff dynamics that we just documented. Going forward, in the interest of time, we'll skip the later literature. And moving on to the data. So our key data source is bill of lading data set. So we have a shipment level import data, which covers the near universe of maritime imports that comes to the US ports from 2012 to 2019. And then data set contains the description of goods, HS6 codes, their quantities, their import values, and importantly for us, country of origin. And our technical contribution is that we grouped those shipments belonging to a US public firm. Tariff data is coming from USITC from 2015 and onwards, and CompassStat is where we get our inventory data. And also we get the public firm's quarterly financial information we'll use as control variables for firm level regressions.
So how do you feel, there's companies in the bill of lading that get their stuff masked? Like
Then,
Walmart or Target or, you know, Apple is impossible to find in bill, or at least when I used to buy the data, you could never find Apple. So how do you deal with?
we remove that. We just regard that they don't exist because we can identify them.
Okay, so there's like some set of guys out there that you don't know about.
Correct. But we can easily calculate how much those accounts for. Because in the data set, the name is missing. Usually the name variable is where we can identify it.
Yeah.
So we can easily check the import volume of those missing partners, correct? Yeah.
But relatedly, I mean, the bills of data, import data is also imputed, right? It's not actually the firm level imports, it's imputed based on publicly available data by port and by
correct
aggregate at the product level.
Correct. S&P is the data vendor. They're the ones who are imputing the values. Correct. Yeah. Okay, moving forward. So our final data set is a panel data of about 5,800 firms from 2012 Q1 to 2019 Q4. And to briefly talk about the magnitude of the tariff shock, about 46% of our sample firms experienced a tariff increase during these time periods. Now going to the empirics. So we studied the firm's dynamic response before and after the tariff, but our focus is more on the before part. So we analyzed the three key variables of the firm: imports, their number of product country partners, and their level of inventories. And our key X variable will be the first tariff increase for the firm. We define it as FTI-IT for firm I. So it denotes the first increase in the import-weighted tariff of the partners the firm I imported from in the last 4 quarters. So we look at the past full year of partners, and we check whether those faced an increase in tariffs or not. And we run the local projections for the time horizon quarters -6 to quarters +6. And here, YI-T plus K is firm I, Y variable at quarter T plus K. And we regress it on the first tariff increase dummy at time T, along with the firm time fixed effect. And cap X is the firm level controls, and then epsilon is the error terms. And here, our key variable of interest will be beta K. So beta K captures the response of firm level variable Y in quarter T plus K to the first tariff increase for the firm at time T. And I'll be showing you the beta case for imports, like partner numbers, and then inventories. So going on to the imports. So in panel A, we are plotting the response of an inverse hyperbolic sine of import volumes for firm I. And what we can see is that about a year before, 4 quarters before, firms begin to increase its import volume, which peaks right before the tariff hits, which is time 0, and then it goes down. And in panel B, we are plotting the inverse hyperbolic sine of the count of the inverse hyperbolic sine of the count of their import partners. And we see the similar qualitative patterns, although the magnitude is different. So we see that the intensive extensive margin go hand in hand. They increase right before the tariff hits, and they tank afterwards.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask a dumb question.
Yep.
Why, that's to deal with the zeros, the inverse hyperbolic sine?
Correct.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
And if you're curious about log, we can.
no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we are showing. Yeah.
Still tariffs on initial and like.
No, we're looking at both steel and aluminum tariffs and China tariffs. All of them will be regarded as a shock to the firm. No. Both steel and aluminum and China shock is regarded as a shock in our data set.
But I thought you were saying you only look at the initial tariff increase.
Initial tariff increase.
I guess you don't.
We do, but only maritime imports, so it's small. But going back to that, like if the firm doesn't import from China and imports only steel and aluminum, then for that firm, the first shock will be the steel and aluminum shock. If the firm doesn't import steel and aluminum, but imports only from China, then depending on which list hits the firm, that will be regarded as a shock for the firm. So depending on the firm, the shock will be either steel and aluminum or China shock.
I think I was asking something different.
Mhm.
Like, let's say I'm importing from a country where there was a steel tariff on and that just stayed.
Mhm.
Compared to another country where there was an import tariff on, then it's lifted. Like, are you bundling them together? I would just think the dynamics would be different. And also, just in terms of the expectations, I think a lot of people were surprised that we put steel and aluminium tariffs on our allies, given that was argued that it was for security reasons. So I would just think the dynamics would be different, but as you don't really get under protest not set.
We can talk more, yeah. And then we're showing now in panel C, we're showing the response of low inventories because inventories has less problem of zeros. And what we see is that about 3 quarters before inventories start to increase, but it's more slower in the sense that it's more like a lagged response of the inventories compared to the imports. Mario, yep.
physical ones, or are they price times count?
That is a very good point. These are P times Q.
Some potential prices move back in time, like your durable good anticipation, right? So.
100% correct. So inventory data is P times Q, and how inventory is measured versus how imports are measured are different. So imports are measured at the border price. Inventories are measured at the acquisition prices. And the first in, first out principle can shift these dynamics out. So it is one of our hypotheses why does time gap exist, but we haven't fully explored yet.
Let's get back to what Steve said earlier, like the values are imputed, so I think kind of trying to get at prices with these data is really problematic. And I think the quantities are reliable, but I'm not sure about the values. I think they use kind of industry level to kind of impute, so I don't know that you can get like this kind of variation that you're looking for.
But I think what Mario was hitting at was like the gap between the timing might be related to how the inventories and then the prices are measured. So probably it's related to the price issue too. But we think that there is a valuation issue because inventories are measured at the acquisition cost. These are when the imports arrive at the border. So that might be contributing to the gap is what we are thinking, but we're totally sympathetic to the issue that Steve and you, like Mary, pointed out. Yeah. Okay, if there's no any further question to proceed. So our data set is very granular. So, yep.
You know anything about sales? Tell you about some consumers, the equivalent to one those jumping or is all
We do have sales data, but we used sales as the control variable here in CapEx. That's why we didn't do it. But we can run sales on the Y variable and exclude sales from the X variable. But we don't have the figure in the slide deck. But we can easily do it. But we haven't done it yet. Yep. So we have documented so far that there is an intensive and extensive margin response of imports before the tariff hits. But our data set is granular and it allows us to go one layer deeper. So what I mean by that, we can study if the tariffs are supposed to hit by, for example, DC Motors from China in about a year in the future, how would firms like adjust or what type of partners turn to is the question that we can answer with our data. So what I mean by that is that firms, since they expect like a DC motor from China will be more expensive in the future, they can stockpile that specific product, or they can look for, say, Vietnam, who supplies the same product, but who doesn't face the tariff yet. Or they can switch to a different product, like AC motors. Now, I'm not going to produce my electronics with DC motors, but going to put in the AC motor. So we can put this logic into a 2x2. So affected product, affected country will be red AA. Affected product, affected country will be AU. And those two will be, in the end, the most important thing to give you the preview. And then we run similar local projections, but now at a firm product country level. So here, YIHC plus K is firm I, product H, standing for HS code, C is country, T plus K is quarter T plus K. And we regress it on the partner dummy variables AA, AU, UA, UU, which denotes each partner belongs to those B. And then we have the fixed effect terms and then control terms, and we run this regression to trace out the dynamics of how these firms respond. We study this question of which partners the firms turn to in the intensive and extensive margin angle as well. So what we mean by extensive margin is that the firm wasn't importing DC motor from Vietnam, but now suddenly they're importing it. Then we are saying that the firm has added it. And then we define the dropping as the opposite. If the firm we looked at 1 year, the firm was importing from Vietnam in any of the quarter in a full year, and then suddenly the firm stopped importing from Vietnam. Then we define it as the firm has dropped that partner. So that will be how we are studying the extensive margin. An intensive margin will be the inverse hyperbolic sign of imports as before. And to show you the result, in the left, in panel A, we're running the linear probability model with a dummy variable denoting whether the partner was dropped or not. Here, the red solid will be the AA partner, which is DC motor from China. And then blue dotted is the AU, which is the same product supplied by a country that was not hit by the tariff. And what we can see the probability of dropping those partners decrease before the tariff comes, and they increase after the tariff has arrived. And if you go to the imports, we see the similar pattern. Imports, inverse hyperbolic sign of imports go up before the tariff comes, and they goes down for both the red and then blue one. So how we can interpret this is that firms, in anticipation of tariffs, they cannot switch the products, or they switch the product to a lesser degree. But instead, they stockpile the DC motor from China, or they look for a different country that supplies the same product. So that is the new empirical fact that we find. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Can you just remind us, the sample was only 5,000 or 6,000 importing firms?
5,800 importing firms, correct?
You're
Yeah.
looking for a balanced sample over a long period of time, but I'm wondering, are you?
No, we're not looking at a balanced sample. We are looking at an unbalanced sample. As a robustness checks, we did the balanced sample too. But balanced sample, the further firm size is like number of firms reduce even further.
6,000. Is there, especially, are you underestimating some adjustments on the extensive margin?
We matched the bill of lading set to compass that.
Okay.
And then we ended up with the 5,800. If we include like non-compass that firms, we'll be having a lot more. But then we won't be having any firm level controls. So, yeah. So going on to the model, given these empirical facts, we build a model to talk about now aggregates. So we build a partial equilibrium model where there is a unit continuum of monopolistically competitive firm, and each firm has two managers. The first manager is an inventory manager, and she decides the production level under the stochastic demand. And importantly, if I order an input today, input will be arriving a period later. And this stochastic demand and then delivery lag of inputs creates incentives for this manager to hold inventories. However, inventories are not free. You need to pay like depreciation cost. So given this trade-off, they maximize the present discounted value of profits. And this inventory manager is the one who's solving the dynamic problem, who takes into account the future tariff-inclusive prices as well. And now let's go to the second manager. Second manager is the import manager. Import manager is the one who fulfills the input order that he inherits from the inventory manager. And like import manager, like imports foreign varieties subject to country-specific tariffs, and they're the one who CS aggregates those imports into inputs. And they solve the cost minimization problem, and they're the one who decides on the extensive margin. So they choose which countries to import from. And for their trade-off, the trade-off that they face is that in order to add a country, they need to pay a fixed cost, and in return, they can lower the marginal cost. That is the trade-off that this import manager is facing. So going to the import manager's problem first, import manager's problem follows Eaton and Gordon really closely. The only addition is that they solve the extensive margin of choosing the countries to source from. So foreign countries, they produce a unit variety of...
Sorry, just quickly, why do you need the two managers? So is there an issue, is the problem that the problem is not separable, and that's why you need the two managers? And if you need them, what's the assumption each manager is making about the other person's behavior? I mean, why couldn't you just...
If they solve the joint problem, the solution will be the same.
Okay, so yeah. Why do you need them?
Exposition purpose, I think.
Okay.
Because I think we can put it into Alessandro Jakubowski and Madrigan for the inventory, and then Trust 14 Tuna for the import manager. Yeah. So foreign country is the one who produces a unique continuum variety, and there are J countries. And following Eaton Gordon is the free shade distribution, with the free shade distribution being country specific, and tariffs are also country specific in our model. An import manager chooses the country partner, say script J, to minimize the cost of input N. So if you look at the bracketed like term, it consists of marginal cost term times the unit N, and W times the number of countries in the partner set times fixed cost. And then the marginal cost will be the usual gravity expression of Eaton and Gordon. So here, the trade-off that they face is that the country, if they want to add a country, they need to pay a fixed cost F. But then if a country is added to the partner set, in the below, at the parentheses, T tau W to the power of minus sigma term will be added, and it is additional cost draw that will be lowering the marginal cost for that firm. So in our model, the mechanism is the trade-off is high fixed cost versus lower marginal cost. And as a proposition, we show that as the firm orders more, it makes sense for them to pay fixed cost to lower their marginal cost. So as order levels go up, the partner set expands, and then the marginal cost goes down. And this is how we generate the hand-in-hand response of the intensive and extensive margin. So now moving on to the inventory manager's problem. Her problem is dynamic, and it consists of it is like net present discounted value of streams of profit. First, the profit will be the current revenue minus how much they order from the input manager. That is represented by P times N, and beta EV is the future values. They face the CS demand with nu being the demand shock. And they face the linear production, and then importantly, their production cannot exceed the inventory stock that they have. And lastly, their law of motion for the inventory is that S is the current inventory, X is what you used today, N is how much you order, net of depreciation is what you will get tomorrow. And here, an important feature of this, the solution to this problem is the final good price that firm sets is in the following form. The price will be the markup times the marginal cost plus the shadow cost of stockout constraint. But let's first think that lambda is 0. Then instead they're like monopolistically competitive like firm's pricing rule. But then if the firm were hit by a really huge demand shock and they don't have enough stock of inventory to produce, then the lambda kicks in. Then the firm increases the price so that demand comes down to the level of stock, level of stock of inventory. And this one will be the key when we are talking about prices through the lens of the model. And then the aggregate output and prices, if we index the firm by omega, it's just the CS aggregation of firm's output and firm's prices. Yep, now going forward to talk about aggregate effects. So in our model, firms have perfect foresight and tariffs increase with certainty. It's easy to include uncertain tariff into our model, but we like our main exercise with the certain tariff. And tariffs are country specific and they change according to the data. For China, we shocked the model with 15 percentage point increase in tariffs. And on average, import weighted average change in tariffs during this time period was about 3 percentage point. The timeline of our benchmark model, firms start at a low tariff steady state. And about 3/4 before, consistent with our data, firms learn that tariff will increase in T equals 0. And T equals 0, tariffs will increase. And our key focus is that the model will transition from low tariff steady state to high tariff steady state. But our key focus will be the transition between those two. To show you the average of firm level variables, let's first anchor your attention to the steady state to steady state comparison, -6 to 6. Imports will be 8% lower in high tariff steady state. Number of country partner will be lower. Inventories will be lower. Marginal cost will be higher. Cost is higher. Economic activity is lower. Now let's talk about what happens before the tariff hits, those spikes. Compared to the initial steady state, imports will go up by 30%. The number of country partners will go up by about 0.8. Inventories will increase by about 20%. The marginal cost will decrease slightly. Why? Because firms added another country to their partner set. They do additional cost draw, marginal cost has gone down. And these also serve as our untargeted moment exercise for our model as well. And after the tariff hits, imports and then the number of partner undershoot because now they have accumulated so much of imports or inventories. And then due to that, marginal cost will be overshoot and inventories will slowly converge to the new steady state in panel C. That is the dynamics that we can document in the firm level variables, average of the firm level variables. One thing that I want you guys to remember just for one slide, I'll promise you just for one slide, is the right lower, like part D, marginal cost after the tariff hits, it goes up. Now, let's move on to the aggregate output and prices. So here, we're plotting the aggregate output Y, aggregate price P, and C is the share of firms that are hit by a huge demand shock and who are under the stock out like situation. Again, to compare the steady state to steady state first, output is lower, prices are higher in the steady state. And before the tariff hits, because the marginal costs are lower, output will go up slightly, price will go down slightly. And regarding the transition, after the tariff hits, if you look at the prices particularly, the transition will be slow. And as I told you, marginal cost was going up fast, prices adjust slowly. And then the reason behind it is the pricing rule that I showed you. There was a lambda term that showed up. So because the firms in both the transition and in the steady state level, they were accumulated higher levels of inventories. So what it means is that firms are now less prone to face a huge demand shock that will lead us to their stockout situation. So because of this lambda term, aggregate price, they transition slower, and also the change in the marginal cost versus prices, the price responds less than how much marginal cost changes. Okay, surprisingly, I'm on time. I have many additional results, but let me talk about it since I have time. I'm super happy. So our paper, we have a lot more results. So first thing that I want to talk about, we have shown you the inverted V shape in the introduction, the tariff firm running and aggregate data. We do it for each wave, every single wave of it. And then we find that there is a significant firm running for those two. And one thing that I really like is that for China's list 3 tariff, they were supposed to initially escalate to 25% in January 2019. But then it got delayed to May 2019, and the news came out in December. We see firms stockpile a lot during that period too. And I want to highlight 2 additional points, the point number 4 and point number 5. We documented this pre-tariff and post-tariff like output and price dynamics. We use cross-industry data to validate it. If we take the model to like say industry level, more tariff-exposed industry will show higher dynamics that we documented, and we show that that holds. And 5th, I know a lot of you guys have worked on trade elasticity. We show that this anticipatory behavior can lead to overstatement of tariff or trade elasticity both in the data and in the model. So with that, I am ending 2 minutes early. I don't think I'm getting prize for that, right? But yeah. To conclude, we examine US firms' response to future tariff increase and their macroeconomic implications. We find that there have been significant tariff firm running along both intensive and extensive margin. And I think extensive margin is our new fact. And we developed a dynamic trade model where forward-looking firms decide on both margins. And we show that pre-tariff, output is higher, prices are lower, mainly due to extensive margin. Post-tariff, we show that there is a year-long transition of output and prices, mainly due to the intensive margin. Okay, and thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me discuss this paper. Really interesting paper. The only thing I don't like about it is the title, front running. I don't know how we ended on this term front running. Front running is something illegal. Front loading, I think, is a better name for it, but all right. So just to kind of summarize real quickly, they have a clean, intuitive result that we've all kind of lived in our own lives. I'm going to argue that stock building to future tariffs is the first margin firms use. Okay, I think the nice contribution they have in this paper is to take kind of this observation that people see everywhere. I see it everywhere. I'll show you where it's everywhere. But they're going to take it to the firm level. I actually think the firm level data is going to understate it because you're going to see that firms are also going to stockpile domestic inputs because there's some kind of substitution between those inputs. And if I'm worried about getting the foreign input in the future, I might want to have a little bit more of that other input. And then some inputs are being held by like suppliers. Like Walmart's famous for not having like their own inventory, but if you look one step up, there's a ton of inventory, right? So I think there's some concerns there. I know Sang-Min just ended by saying he thinks the extensive margin stuff is the whole result of the paper. I don't think so. Maybe because that's the antrast Foley Tintelnot stuff. I thought the AKM was the most important part, but I don't know why. So my main quibble is going to be like the magnitude of the macro effects, and I think Sang-Min did a good job showing this. I think you should really think about that as like an industry analysis. I'm going to try to do the GE feedback in my talk if I get to it. So, all right, so I'm going to talk about inventories and trade kind of generally, inventories and like tariffs, certain and uncertain ones. Then I'll talk about like the dynamic adjustment to China tariffs. I think I want to kind of put that adjustment into perspective, not just the kind of short run period, but kind of the longer run period. And then if there's time, I'll talk about the macroeconomic effects. I kind of ran some of this stuff through a model. Okay, so inventories and trade. One of the most robust things we know when you go to firm level data is that there's an trade inventory premium. Firms who are importers, firms who are exporters hold more inventories than firms who just source domestically. Those extra inventories can like double or triple the amount of inventories that these firms have on hand. What we tend to think is like the driver of those inventories is that when you're involved in international trade, there's larger fixed costs, there's longer and riskier delays. And that means that international trade ends up being a lot lumpier than domestic transactions, right? Like, you know, you don't go to Costco every day, but Mike goes to 7-Eleven every day, gets his smokes or whatever. But that also means that like the right way to organize the kind of, once you start going to monthly data, the right way to organize the data is through an SS model, right? Where firms are ordering infrequently, just like we're, you know, going to the grocery store infrequently. But that means we have to start thinking about goods that are storable, inventories that are state variable, and firms are solving a dynamic programming problem. So that's how I want you to think about it. What happens though, is that premium changes when when tariffs change. So really nice paper by Shafat Khan and Armin Ketelarian, which shows that like when firms start trading more, they kind of like, what happens is they hold more inventories. And so if you're sitting there doing like naive productivity analysis, part of what we see is like firm level productivity gains are actually you're mismeasuring their costs. So that's a nice paper. But again, this is to say inventories and trade, they go super hand in hand. All right. So now this paper is about inventories and future tariffs or trade costs. So with expectations of certain and uncertain tariff or trade costs, firms are going to change the timing of their purchase, right? I think we had a comment, was it Brian, who said like, if you know tariffs are going up, go buy your Chinese vehicle in the United States or something like that. Consumers do this all the time. What we've seen so far data-wise, usually with like HS10 or HS8 data, is we see this stockpiling. Actually, there's both like stock building and I guess it would be like there's front building and front loading and back loading. So really nice paper by Shafat Khan and Armin Ketelarian. They look at NAFTA phase outs. One of the beautiful things about NAFTA is, you know, like every January tariffs drop, right? And so people don't buy in November and December, and then they buy a ton in January and February when the tariff has dropped. And so you see like kind of everything that Sang-Min was thinking about, but in reverse. We did some work, we saw this with like MFN renewals. Basically, there was like a seasonal every year where like the tariff, you know, the stuff got renewed and beforehand there was risk, but then afterwards there's no risk. But the high gap goods you'd boom and bust on. And then I'm going to talk about Brexit because I think Brexit's going to be super clean. We're doing some work on Brexit. Again, my goal here is just to convince you something you're all convinced of already, that people stockpile in advance. These effects are stronger for more storable goods. Like you're not going to see them for flowers. And whenever you're thinking about uncertainty, everything's about the first moment. It's expected first moment. Uncertainty is like almost trivial for these things. So just, you know, we want to be careful with our language since this is international trade and macro, right? Okay. Likewise, everything we're talking about tariffs, you see in the domestic economy. Like if there's going to be a sales tax increase on gasoline, people fill up their car beforehand. If there's going to be like a sales tax holiday, people go buy those TVs. You see it with temporary change in VAT. So this is an intuitive mechanism. There's no doubt this happens. And actually, it turns out it's happening as we speak. So when I say happening, all of you guys, I'm surprised. I haven't heard anyone mention this. I even asked Mike about this because he's the trade war tracker guy.
So those 10% tariffs from February post-Supreme Court, they expire 150 days afterwards, which is 10 days from today, right? And so as I love it when people throw up like news articles, these are like just 3 news articles I picked up this morning, all saying the same thing, like everyone's rushing to get stuff in. And so June and July are going to be like the biggest trade months ever. I think the shipping guys are probably going to like be tracking ships to the port of LA. Okay, so as I said, I want to like cleanly show you what's going on. So I'm going to kind of look at Brexit for a second. The thing I love about Brexit, Nick Bloom was so savvy. He somehow he got into like the Bank of England and they did everything he wanted him to do. They're like surveying everybody every day, like almost. And so there's really cool data. But what happened with Brexit is there were like 3 deadlines. The first 2 deadlines were delayed. And what you tended to see was like imports from the EU relative to non-EU would boom and then bust. And then they would ask people, what are you doing? How are you dealing with like this risk? No one had any idea, but they said, what we're going to do is we're going to stock up ahead of time, okay? That's how they were going to deal with these expected disruptions. And the amount of stocking up they did was like adding 50 to 100% to their inventory holdings. So here's like one survey I love. Like at the end of 2020, this is when Brexit was supposed to happen for the 3rd time, and it actually did happen. They did a survey. They asked these guys, what are your normal year-end inventories? And so there's some guys with like 1 to 2 weeks, some other guys 3 to 4 weeks, and then there's like kind of a long tail. And they said, all right, now with Brexit, what are you going to do? Everything shifts to the right. So people are holding precautionary stockpiles. This is how you deal with expected, also unexpected tariff risk. You also see, if you go to like, another cool thing is one of the great things about COVID was like we started surveying firms like every week, and they would ask these guys these questions like, are you holding extra inventories of stuff from the EU? But people are also holding extra stuff from like non-EU places and domestic. So that's the sense in which like going to the firm level, you might be missing some of what's going on. This is like another, this is like, you know, there's these purchasing manager indices where they ask these questions every month, like, are you building up stocks? Are you reducing stocks? This is the distribution of like what people were saying for all the advanced economies. And I've got 3 vertical lines for the 3 deadlines. This is the UK. Okay, so this is monthly data. So boom, number 1, I sort of cut it off. Highest, this tells you like, are you adding stocks? Are you reducing stocks? You're holding them constant? Everyone's stocking up. As soon as the deadline got passed and nothing happened, boom. People said, oh, now we've got too much stuff on hand. When we get to the next deadline, we do it again. And then the last deadline, you do it again. So this is exactly what's going on. This is how firms deal with like expected and uncertain tariff changes. Now, if you go to the trade data, we do like some difference in, you know, usual difference in difference thing. These are kind of like the periods of imports. Basically, think about these as like the time fixed effect on imports from the EU relative to all other sources. Booms and busts, booms and busts, booms. Somehow the UK messed up like their data collecting after Brexit. I'm not blaming Steve. Maybe if you'd been in the UK, they'd have fixed it. But so you can't look afterwards. If I showed you the bust, you guys would say, "Oh my God!" It's just, but it's not right. So anyhow, this is clear. This is what firms do. This is a relevant margin. Sangmin's 100% right. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to talk about like putting these elasticities into perspective. Okay. So anticipation and short run substitution are part of the dynamic story. They're not the whole dynamic story. The paper has some really nice, clean pictures, but it doesn't have, they're like event studies, but it doesn't have like the clean, like difference in difference thing that we all like love about international trade, right? So I'm going to estimate like wave specific trade elasticity. So these will, you know, the way you want to be thinking about these is I'm going to kind of look at like, given tariffs are going to change, I'm going to see like these anticipatory feelings, I'm going to see these drops, but then I'm going to kind of trace it out all the way to like the beginning of the end of this year. Okay. All right. So just to show you the data. So again, in the paper, Simon made a bigger deal about the different lists. This was the first list. The tariffs jump up. They're pretty constant. Then something happened last year. I'm not sure what. This is the second list, you know, came a little bit later. Third list, 2 steps. Fourth list, up and then down. And then the 5th list, nothing really happened. And then there's actually some goods that were never on a list. Okay, so tariffs didn't change. That's actually kind of important when you do empirical work, because that ends up being like your control group when you do these differences. So I'll come back to the final period, because again, we're going to see exactly everything that like Sangmin was talking about in last year, but like on steroids, right? Because we didn't hit just one country, we hit all countries. But so cool. So we've got these different timing of tariff shocks. And now let's look at like what's going on with like the trade elasticities. So these are going to be like tariff elasticities to like the tariff, trade elasticities to the tariffs. Okay, so here's like list one. That pickup right there before like that first vertical line, that's what Sangmin was talking about. Boom, and then when tariffs hit, we start substituting away, okay? So in this one, you can kind of see this substitution over time. List two, oh, now he raised tariffs. There's a better chance we're going to raise tariffs the second time. So we get a bigger boom and a bigger drop off. List three, now this thing's on steroids. People are stockpiling. They're like, that guy's serious. He's really going to raise tariffs. So you get a bunch, right? But then we have continued substitution, right? On the order of like 10 in the long run. If I go to list four, also about 10. And so we're kind of looking at longer elasticities that are kind of like 10. And depending upon where, and this is another point Simon was making, if we started in the previous period, kind of those bump ups, you're going to kind of add a couple points to the longer elasticities. It's going to be much higher. Okay. But here's the other part that's interesting. The fourth list of goods, we're calculating elasticities to a tariff that never happened. You see the boom, but then you see the bust. So those products actually had continued risk. So people were substituting away from them because they knew that eventually, the picture I showed you, tariffs were going to go up on those as well. Okay. Obviously, nothing happens to the zero list because that's my base. Okay. So depending on whether you throw list 4B in with like the base or not, that's going to move down people's estimates of long run elasticities. It's just to be aware of it. Okay. All right. So now I want to come back to like the kind of like last period and like what's been going on. Okay. I can do it. Did I get his too? No. Okay. So I'm going to just kind of look at like, it turns out once you start doing GE, you really should look at like net exports, not just imports, because we understand. I know there was a debate yesterday about like what happens to the terms of trade or real exchange rate when you put tariffs in, but something's going to be born on exports and imports in terms of general equilibrium. So this is the data for the U.S. This is like the trade balance. We had these massive widening in the trade balance, and then a reversal when like the tariffs came in. We had like an increase in trade and then a reduction in trade, right? Mike's been spending a lot of time talking about the AI boom supporting trade flows. So then you sort of look at it and say like, all right, we've got these big reversals in the trade balance. Let's do some GDP accounting. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm just going to look at like what was driving the GDP growth in each quarter of the last those 2 years. So that like blue line tells you that net inventory investment before just that at the end of like in Q1, that added 2.5% to GDP growth. And the widening of the trade balance subtracted almost 4%. Okay. I hate doing like these expenditure accountings, but that's how people do it. And then things like reversed, right? Net exports started adding to growth and net inventory subtracted from growth. Mike tells me like they're no longer looking at like monthly data at the Fed. They're like doing averages of half a year. I don't know if that means you guys are meeting less often. So you spend more time here. But so there's a tight connection between net inventories and net exports. If you go like a longer period, there's a real strong negative correlation. Okay, this is kind of like the macro part of ITM. And if we zoom in on the 2018 period and the more recent period, you see these things are really negatively correlated. So a lot of what's going on, you have to think about like your stockpiling. It's happening, it's moving imports and exports. And these things are kind of moving together. Okay. So I'm going to just kind of, I have like 1 minute. I'm going to do a general equilibrium macro model. Let me just imagine I did this right. Let's just look at some pictures. All right, let me tell you a picture. So this is like an inventory model with an RBC model. And all I'm going to do here is I'm telling you like 1 quarter ahead of time that tariffs are going up tomorrow. So what are you going to do? We're going to run a big trade deficit. You're going to stock up on inventories. And in the next period, it's going to reverse. Kind of like what I showed you in the data. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to surprise you. You're still going to have like stockpiling trade balance dynamics in the first period, but everything's much, much more muted. Okay. If I get rid of capital accumulation, basically nothing happens in the model. Sorry, if I get rid of inventories and just have capital accumulation, nothing happens. So these net inventory, net export dynamics, they're very interacted. There's a general equilibrium thing that we need to be thinking about. So let me am I done?
You must have, I don't know.
I have like 75 more slides.
Why don't you pull it all together?
I'm going to pull it all together. Last thing I want to say is, so we 100% agree that tariffs are going, and when tariffs are going up in the future, people are going to stock up. It's going to affect the trade balance, but then it also has to affect the real exchange rate. Okay, so if we're thinking about doing international trade and macro, net exports, real exchange rate, we need to be thinking about this mechanism. Like in this model right here, you'd see there's like a minus 3% depreciation, and that's almost 60% of like when the tariffs actually hit. And so we have to be careful about these things. We know that shock exists because it's moving net exports and net inventory. And so kind of getting the complete picture is what we need to be thinking about. I will say, like trying to do like the general equilibrium, everything comes back to like the wealth effect on labor, the effect of wealth on labor supply. So let me just finish there. Absolutely relevant margin, clean evidence. This stuff is everywhere. Once you start thinking about inventories, you can't think about anything else. I know it's my problem. There's evidence of the Chinese stockpiled in front of like this, the Iran conflict. And there's obviously, it's an important margin. So my last question, how does HAT algebra account for inventories and expectations? So let me stop there.
Yes, so yep.
Super cool paper, really, really interesting, very convincing, great discussion as well. It just seems like, I know it's a lot to do everything in one paper, but there seems a little bit of tension in the model between having stochastic demand for firms and perfect foresight over tariffs, right? In the sense that it seems it would be interesting to kind of think about the cases of uncertainty over the tariffs. And it also made me think of, George has a very nice recent paper where he kind of backs out subjective probabilities of MFN status being renewed and so on. And maybe this is for a future paper rather than this paper, but it seems it'd also be interesting to have both the kind of idiosyncratic uncertainty that the firm is building inventories for, but also uncertainty over the tariffs. And if one could back out from the data what people's subjective probabilities were about these tariffs and so on, that would be kind of super interesting. But great paper, really convincing.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Any other questions? Yeah, Mario first.
I guess more of a comment, maybe amplifying what George said as well, but there's evidence on front loading, is that what it's called? In the Great Depression. And the reason I raise that is that the tariff regimes last for about 7 years on average. And there's a year-long discussion. So if you want to join in on the interwar tariff analysis, there's lots of variation, and you see this. It's been documented, but not a lot of structural work on it yet.
Thanks, super interesting paper. So if one wanted to play a little bit the identification Taliban with your definitive analysis, one could note that obviously tariffs are not imposed at random. And of course, like they're more likely to be imposed in sectors where there's strong import growth, and that could potentially mess with the causation. So one suggestion to address that, I mean, you could look for, I mean, you're looking at aluminum and steel. These are commoditized goods. You have futures traded on that. And so you actually have potentially smoking gun evidence coming from future markets, because when the tariffs get announced, what you should see is the future price curve tilt. So basically, spot prices right compared to long dated future prices, and the exact opposite happens when the tariffs kick in. So that will be your smoking gun evidence that there is actually this race to approvision these commodities.
Yep, back there.
I first of all had a little more anecdotal here. Doug Urban had a case a couple years ago article about US sugar tariffs in 1921. So that they're anticipating there's a huge increase in imports in anticipation. So there you go. How do I think about the welfare effect here relative to a static model? You know, we're used to looking at diagrams where you have a consumption distortion and production distortion, these triangles and all that, in a static model. Here you've got one more really important margin going on. Is that gonna mean that the static model overstates or understates the welfare cost? I mean, it's like you've got one extra margin of adjustment, which makes it seem like it could be, you know, reduce the cost, but it's also an additional margin of distortion. You're gonna get a technical distortion now. I don't know how to think about that.
Okay, to answer the question in the reverse order, thank you so much for the mentioning the Doug Irwin's paper. The reason why we didn't do the welfare analysis is because in our model, we only have imported inputs. So in order to do the welfare impact, we need domestic and foreign inputs all together in the model. And our data only covers like large compute step firms. So tariff might have like incurred some not misallocation, but reallocation between large and small firms. That's why we were a bit cautious about the welfare. But like given those caveats, we can definitely do it. But that's why we didn't like want to push those numbers up here. And then regarding the like suggesting the aluminum and like steel tariff, thank you so much. We're actually doing like some LPDID type of an exercise. I think we can definitely start with the steel and aluminum because like commodity is like way cleaner. And regarding like Mario's feedback, thank you. And Steve's point, currently in our model, it's like very parsimonious. Firms are only deferred by idiosyncratic, say, demand shock. But we can add heterogeneous like firm productivity or heterogeneous firm tariff or heterogeneity in uncertainty in or level of tariffs. Those are doable, and we'll like think about where to push our paper forward and then probably decide. But thank you. Yeah. And going back to George's point, George, like thank you so much for the wonderful discussion. I really appreciate it. Regarding the title, from roading versus from running, I spent like 30 minutes looking through the dictionary. And then like me and my co-author had some discussion, but we decided to go with the from running, but we are willing to change. Okay. And other than that, like Khan and Kedelarian's paper, like they have the NAFTA exercise to mention the trade elasticity, like overstatement. Like what I want to like highlight for people who are working in the trade elasticity like arena, like their exercise is a positive shock. Our exercise is a negative shock. Their tariff elasticity is data-based. Our tariff elasticity is model-based, but they line up almost like pretty nicely. So if you want to use like tariff elasticity, probably you could take a look at it. And yep, and I also agree that we need to have a more like a longer run of like adjustment, that I totally agree. But regarding where to push the paper forward, like GE, either extensive margin, intensive like stockpiling, we would appreciate more feedback on that from like all the audience, because we want to know which part you guys find more like new or more like contributing. But thank you so much for all the feedback and appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll conclude. Oh yeah, France lost. I mean, shocker. Jesus. We'll conclude the ITM, and I look forward to seeing you guys next year in Cambridge.